I will call that meeting to order. Is there any declaration of interest, pecuniary or otherwise? Seeing none, we will proceed on. You will make that declaration if it arises in the course of the meeting. Item 3A is a notice provided by Councillor Robinson. And Councillor Robinson, I will turn the floor over to you.
Oh, I'm just going to indicate that we do have a seconder, Councillor Keaveney.
I'm sorry, please repeat.
Councillor Keaveney has seconded that notice of motion.
Very good, thank you. Councillor Robinson?
Thank you. Deputy Warden, I will read it into the record if that is the procedural point currently.
You have the floor, so go right ahead.
Thank you. Members of Grey County Council, here's the notice of motion that I would very much respect your vote on this. This is dealing with broadband, whereas now more than ever in our increasingly electronic world, Grey County families and business owners have a need for reliable and affordable broadband to conduct business and stay connected both locally and beyond. And whereas broadband is a contributing social and economic driver in supporting the vitality and growth of our communities, and whereas families require internet to enable children to complete school assignments, take online courses, maintain a human connection, or just stream movies at home. And whereas Grey County agriculture production, manufacturing, retail, and service industry depend on reliable high-speed connections to support and ensure business continuity and success. And whereas connectivity has been a lifeline for those businesses and sectors with access to reliable broadband during this global pandemic. And whereas reliable broadband will continue playing an essential role in the economic and social recovery of communities across Grey County post-pandemic. And whereas not all areas of Grey County are within a connectivity coverage area, which continues to be increasingly challenging and amplified by the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas Grey County has unserviced areas as well as underserviced areas that receive inadequate or disproportionately low levels of service, and whereas while it is important for the provincial government to look at both the number of people and the number of businesses that can be serviced by broadband expansion, it is essential as well that the province provide broadband service to areas that have a small number of people, yet cover a vast geographical area. And whereas the need for broadband infrastructure improvement is now therefore be it resolved that Grey County, representing our Grey County residents and business owners alike, call to action Premier Ford, Minister of Infrastructure, Minister Scott, and Associate Minister of Energy and MPP Walker to champion the implementation of broadband in unserviced and underserviced areas of Grey County. So, Mr. Warden, thank you very much. I would just like to say that I believe that the type of infrastructure initiative before us and the time frame to successfully produce the required results for our rural communities as well as our primary settlements in Grey County will need the actions of our provincial government and just to champion this implementation for us. I would just impress upon Grey County councillors that we require broadband coverage plain and simple, and I'm respectfully requesting Grey County Council support to get Grey County up to speed. Thank you very much.
Very well said. Anyone else wish to speak on this motion?
I have Councillor Keaveney wishing to speak.
And I see Councillor Millen. Councillor Keaveney, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Deputy Warden. And I would just like to begin by expressing my appreciation to Councillor Robinson for preparing and presenting this motion. The time to increase awareness regarding the need to move forward with addressing accessible high-speed internet in our rural areas is now. As the motion states, with more people working from home, shopping from home, and learning from home, broadband should be, I believe, looked upon as an essential service for all residents and businesses. We often hear about communication. How do we reach people who don't have access to high speed or no internet at all? This current state of emergency really proves how necessary good internet is. As a member of our short-term and long-term recovery task forces in Meaford, I believe our goals for rebuilding our economy will be more challenging in areas without high-speed internet. All levels of government have many priorities these days, understandably, so I believe it's up to us to be the squeaky wheel, so to speak, when it comes to the need to move this agenda forward. I happily second and support this motion, and in particular, the call to action of our provincial premier and his ministries. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Keaveney. I'll next recognize Councillor Milne, but Councillor Potter, I do see your hand up as well. Councillor Milne?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Warden. And I guess it's, I mean, I don't disagree with the intent of the motion, but I would be remiss, I think, or we would be remiss if we didn't acknowledge the hard work that the Western Ontario Wardens and SWIFT organization have been pounding away on this thing for at least 6 or 7 years. And to suggest that all of a sudden now Grey County has come alive to the need for high-speed internet would be wrong in my mind. And I think the mover and the seconder would be well advised to at least acknowledge the work that has gone forward to this point, instead of thinking all of a sudden now we acknowledge that there's a need.
Thank you, Councillor Milne. Councillor Potter?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Warden. And I note that the upper levels of government are taking some interest in this too. So it's not something that everyone's just twigging to, but it's something that the pandemic, I think, has made much more critical and much more vital to all of us. So our MPP, Jim Wilson, the MPP for Simcoe Grey, raised this issue the other day with the provincial minister responsible, Laurie Scott, and the Minister for Rural Economic Development, Mariam Monsef. In the federal government has said what Councillor Keaveney just mentioned about raising the issue that rural broadband be declared an essential service, and that the government, federal government, get involved in funding it. So it's not that we're just taking notice of it, it's just that we're seeing now how vital this is, and that we have to get moving, and waiting for the existing programs to catch up isn't really helping us. We have to get this going, and we have to look for partnerships that will work now.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Councillor Robinson, I realize that you want to speak again, but maybe I can recognize somebody else and then come back to you if you don't mind. I see Councillor Soever.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Warden. Certainly, you know, I'm happy to support this motion because it's about high time we started serving our rural areas. And I know SWIFT has been operational. It was founded in 2012, so that's 9 years ago. It was fully funded in 2016, and it has yet to deliver a project. There are projects now due for completion early 2021 to most of them at the end of 2021. I see 2 for early 21, 2 for mid 21, and 7 for the end of 2021. So, I mean, we're not getting any younger, most of us. So I think I'd like to see it in our lifetime. The other thing is, and I urge all of you councillors to go and look at the maps on the SWIFT website and see where these projects are being installed. Largely, they're larger projects. The average project is serving 964 people. We recognize some of these names: Long Point, Turkey Point on Lake Erie, cottage communities on the shore. Maybe you call them rural. I call them not quite rural. St. Clair Township on the St. Clair River, 1,700. Highland Glen on the south shore of Lake Huron, 1,000. So, you know, the branding says it's rural broadband. I think it's a lot of it is wealthy shoreline broadband. And I think, you know, what we need, I think I don't want to put words in her mouth, but I think Councillor Robinson's motion says we've got to address the people that aren't being served. Of the 11 projects that SWIFT has undertaken, if you look at the maps, there's only really 4 of them representing 1,400 of the 10,600 people served that you would actually call rural. The rest are small communities and wealthy shoreline enclaves. So I think, it's very timely that we start getting a plan that together that actually serves all of our communities. I know our farmers in the valley, they really need the broadband. The farming is getting much more technology based with the high density apple orchards and automated irrigation systems that go with them. So, there is a real need out there. But it looks like, to me, unless you have over 900 people that you can join up on one pass, you're not going to get a SWIFT project. I mean, there's only 4 of the 7 that are under 900 homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Soever. Next is Councillor Desai, and then I see Councillor Woodbury.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Warden. My question through you is to Councillor Robinson. I noticed that on the motion there isn't a clause to forward this to all municipalities in Ontario, or at least rural municipalities in Ontario. And I was wondering if whether that would be an amendment, or if we could add that to the motion that it be forwarded to Ontario municipalities. I think it's a great motion. It's very well crafted. It makes very valid points, which I think if we can sort of gather some support, get some momentum going for it, it would be worth a lot more than just one municipality sending that to the office of the Premier and the ministers. Thank you.
Councillor Robinson, I see you nodding your head. Is there anything to add to Councillor Desai's comments?
No, well, yes, I would like to thank Councillor Desai. I think that's a great addition, and as the mover, I would certainly be looking to include a clause that says that this resolution be forwarded to all Ontario municipalities, regions, and counties. And thank you very much, Councillor Desai, for your words. I look forward to an opportunity to speak at the end, Deputy Warden. Thank you.
I will recognize you. Councillor Woodbury, we're next to you.
Thank you. I agree with Councillor Desai and with Councillor Milne that we should at least mention SWIFT in here. One thing I totally agree with this, but one thing I would like to see added is maybe more of a not a definition, but a narrowing of the path for what broadband is, because rural could end up in some of the situations that Southgate has, where there is a provider that says they can provide wireless, but it's at a large cost. And that really isn't helping a lot of the rural people. So I would like to see it narrowed down that way a little bit to, I don't know whether we want to put through fiber or through, I'm not sure, but longer term, it would be more beneficial to look what's going to last. There's our studies out there that say Wi-Fi capacity for towers that feed multiple places has a lifetime of about 7 years or less now before it's obsolete. So I think when we're pushing them forward, and I fully agree with pushing them forward, we should be pushing forward for a long-term solution, not just the short, although we need it in the short. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Woodbury. I don't think that I missed anyone else. And Madam Clerk, I think that I see that our warden has joined us.
Yes, he has. I see that. I wonder if we just want to finish off this
Yes.
particular item. And I understand from Councillor Desai that he may be wishing to move an amendment to the main motion to have it circulated to all municipalities in Ontario. If that's the way, then we'll just need an amendment.
Very good. Madam Clerk as well, I don't see anyone else wanting to speak except Councillor Robinson, of course, and I'll give her that chance. I too did want to make some comments on this issue. Is it appropriate that I make comments while I'm still chairing, or do I need to pass it over?
You do need to pass it over if you wish to speak to the motion.
Okay, then perhaps this would be the appropriate time to pass it
That's
over
fine.
to the warden, because I would like to make some comments.
Okay. Warden McQueen, you're with us now?
If we are still having, Madam Clerk, technical difficulties with the warden, perhaps Councillor Milne could step in just for a second.
Okay.
No,
That's,
I'm good.
Oh, there we go.
So I can
Yeah.
take over, Deputy Warden. Thank you very much for doing that. And it's funny you're talking about internet, and I had problems. So I apologize for that this morning, for sure. So then you wish to speak to it, Deputy Warden?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Warden. As you all know, I'm your representative on SWIFT, and I'm really pleased and will be supporting the motion by Councillor Robinson. You know, in the old days, we used to talk about building highways and that being important to our prosperity. And today it's about building that invisible highway, I suppose, the internet highway. We need, you know, we have these sort of communities that are haves and your have-nots. I certainly live in a community that's a have community. We're a 1 gig community, so we're fine. And we could sit back and say, well, we're fine, and let the others, you know, push for what they need. But if we are all going to make it, if we're going to make it as a county, it's absolutely imperative that everybody have broadband capacity that is robust, that is dependable, and that is affordable, and frankly, that is scalable. And that's a term that you may not be familiar with. I'll give you an example. In Councillor Robinson's community of West Grey, there is a company called Telesat. Telesat is a company that launches and manages satellites in space from right here in Grey County. They, of course, you would expect that they would need dependable, reliable broadband capacity, and at great expense, they have brought it into their field on their own. However, they still have a need for a scalable broadband capacity. In other words, from more than just one source, because they absolutely need something that's reliable and dependable. So this is probably one of the most important issues that we're facing right now. I can't think of many more that I would say would be more important than good, dependable broadband capacity for everyone. Let me go here. There was one issue not mentioned in Councillor Robinson's motion that I think needs to be highlighted, and that is medical. Certainly education has been highlighted, business has been highlighted, but I think it's important that we acknowledge that delivery of medical and mental health care is not just evolutionized, it's revolutionized, and absolutely depends on reliable broadband capacity. I would also highlight the issue that in Ontario, if we are going to be lobbying for additional funds to go to this, we have to understand the interaction between infrastructure and OMAFRA. So infrastructure is still very much controlling the dollars, but OMAFRA controls the implementation process, particularly in those rural communities. So I would not leave out Minister Hardeman and OMAFRA, certainly. So yes, so infrastructure handles the money, OMAFRA handles the implementation. And picking up on Councillor Milne's comments, I think that whatever initiative we take, we've got to be supportive of the initiatives taken by the Western Ontario Wardens Caucus. There is a letter in our package today from the Western Ontario Wardens Caucus. I think we've got to say that we support, because SWIFT is a creature of the Western Ontario Wardens Caucus. And SWIFT is doing important work. So we've got to say that we support Western Ontario Wardens Caucus, that we support SWIFT. SWIFT can't be the ones that are lobbying for dollars. We're just not allowed to do that. But the Western Ontario Wardens Caucus is the appropriate body to lobby for additional dollars for broadband expansion. So we've got to say that we support them. The issues, and I raised it at our last meeting, of sort of those expanding to rural communities. versus what I would call the low-hanging fruit. Of course, businesses will always favor the low-hanging fruit. Where can we get the best bang for our dollar? The idea of SWIFT is that we want to support that further expansion, your last mile initiatives, so to say. But that's a debate that we will continue to have because, as I mentioned, if you put all of your money and you expand it, and let's say you bring in 100 people versus 10,000 people, you'll be criticized for that, even though that 100 people is exactly what we say we want to do with initiatives like SWIFT. So we will have to, as a county, when it's our turn for implementation, make whatever our voice is, make it known what it is that we value. And we do have an opportunity to influence the decisions about where projects go. If we as a council decide that we value sort of area over numbers, then we can make that known. Maybe we want a mix of the two, but that's certainly a debate that we will have to have. And the motion calls for, it's a call to action. And I wonder what we mean by a call to action. The call to action could mean that we're sending a letter out, but I think it has to be followed as well by perhaps delegations. Maybe we should be requesting our own delegations at the AMO conference or other conference where we have opportunities to make delegations. And those delegations, of course, would support what I know will be delegations being made by the Western Ontario Wardens Caucus. Those are my comments for now, Mr. Warden.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Warden, Councillor Hicks. Two things. I know with a lot of town hall webinars I've been on, that's one of the main questions that people keep asking is about, rural internet and how can we improve that. And certainly with regards to the delegation to AMO, I asked Minister Steve Clark last week on a Middlesex town hall, and they are working on the ability to have virtual delegations at the AMO conference. So stay tuned for that, and we will have the opportunity for that. Other questions from county councillors with regards to the notice of motion that's on the floor?
I just have Councillor Robinson wishing to speak for the second time.
Okay, there's nobody else then, Madam Clerk?
No, not that I can see, sir.
Okay, Councillor Robinson, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and I'm happy to hear and see that you are connected in this meeting. I also thank you very much to all of the county councillors. I really appreciate the dialogue on this, the positive dialogue to move this very, very important infrastructure forward in Grey County. I think it takes all of us in terms of we're advocating to provincial government, saying loud and clear to our Grey County residents, business owners, that broadband is essential, infrastructure is essential. And this is one of the actions we could take as a Grey County Council to show that, show our action that broadband is important. Western Ontario Wardens Caucus correspondence, I note, is on the agenda. It's dealing with rural access to broadband, and certainly I salute the Western Ontario Wardens Caucus anyway for all of their work. I acknowledge definitely the work that the Southwestern Integrated Fiber Technology, better known as SWIFT, has been working on as they move along with broadband expansion, for sure, but it takes more, and it does take our role in it as well to identify the need up here in Grey County. I am happy to include in this resolution the acknowledgement that Councillor Desai said about forwarding this resolution on to all Ontario municipalities, and I'd look to the seconder to include that in. That is a great addition to the resolution. Very, very pleased with everybody. Certainly fiber, whether it's solar, I don't know. There may be other forms of broadband available in the future, and we'll have further discussions on broadband. I'm certain that we will have this as a key discussion in our Grey County agendas. And I just look forward to all of Grey County councillors supporting this motion. And thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Councillor Robinson. And Councillor Woodbury did raise the point with regards to being a little bit more focused. Did you have any comments to Councillor Woodbury's comments on that, and as far as affordability part?
Yeah, the motion does speak to affordability, and right at the beginning, it does speak to affordability and reliability.
Right.
So I feel confident in the resolution of this, and I just didn't want to narrow down, and I do appreciate what Councillor Woodbury is saying in terms of the type, or I don't want to go as far as saying engineering standards, but the type of broadband, but I'd like to leave it as internet and broadband and see what the market comes up with, you know, or whether it is the fiber or anything else. But again, I acknowledge all members of County Council that have participated in the discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Robinson, and I guess Councillor Keaveney, with that little addition on to the end, you're still okay with being the seconder for that, Councillor Keaveney?
Yes, Mr. Warden, I am. And I would like to also propose, because I quite liked the Deputy Warden's suggestion of adding a clause in relation to needs within the medical community. And I'm wondering now how Councillor Robinson in particular and the rest of County Council feels about that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Keaveney. Councillor Robinson, any thoughts to your notice of motion with including that?
Yes, and thank you, Councillor Keaveney and Deputy Warden Hicks. Yes, I'm wondering if that could be included. 1, 2, 3. Within the 4th paragraph, where it says, whereas Grey County, and it starts with agriculture production, manufacturing, retail. I'm wondering if that could just be put in,
Right.
Whereas Grey County agricultural production, medical, and mental health care, comma, manufacturing, and just let it be put in there. And I think the acknowledgement is well worth it. Thank you.
Okay, thank
Mr.
you. For
Warden?
that. Yes, go ahead.
If I may, so I'm going to recommend that we have a formal amending motion here. Councillor Desai did bring that forward earlier, and Councillor Robinson indicated that she would second it, so that we add medical into the 4th clause of the notice of motion. And then at the end for circulation, that we do add all Ontario municipalities. And Minister Hardman and OMAFRA was also recommended by Councillor Hicks. So I wonder if the mover and seconder were happy with those additions.
So
Absolutely.
So
Yes.
Madam Clerk, we're going to put a amendment motion on the floor to include that. Is that what you're asking? So
Yes.
Councillor Robinson and Councillor Keaveney, do you move that amendment motion?
Sorry, it's already been moved by Councillor Desai to begin with, and
Oh.
Councillor Robinson second. So if the mover and seconder of that amendment to add the medical into the 4th clause and circulation to OMAFRA, the minister, and all Ontario municipalities, that would be the amendment.
I apologize. Okay, thank you. So the amended motion's on the floor. Is there any discussion on that amended motion? Or amending motion, I guess you could say. Any questions there? Seeing none, are there any opposed to that? Hearing none, that's carried. So then we're adding that to the notice of motion then. Any further discussion on the amended notice of motion? Okay, hearing none. Any opposed to that amended notice of motion? Hearing none, that is carried. And thank you very much. Good discussion on that. And thank you again, Deputy Warden, Councillor Hicks, for taking over there. And good discussion, because when you were speaking there, Deputy Warden, I glitched off and I came back on and you were still talking, so that was a good thing.
Mr. Warden?
Yes, Councillor Robinson.
Thank you. I just for clarity, so the motion, the amending motion carried, and also the main motion carried?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you for clarity. Appreciate it.
No problem. So then moving on to the second notice of motion. It's by Councillor Schweber, and I do have a seconder, Councillor Potter, for that to be put on the floor. And so I recognize those mover and the seconders. So then Councillor Schweber, do you wish to speak to your notice of motion?
Yes. So I'm bringing this notice of motion because, you know, we've done very well in Grey County on fighting COVID. And the only distressing part of that has been some of the commentary resulting in the spreading of negative us versus them comments. So we have a lot of seasonal residents in the town of Blue Mountains, probably 50%, and I know some of the other communities in Grey County do as well. And you know, there's been a lot of talk about, you know, they're bringing disease up here, but we just haven't seen that. And our experience here is that people have come up and certainly have sheltered in their homes. I estimate it could be up to half of our seasonal residents are here and have been here since March and do not travel any more than our permanent residents who will go to Barrie and Orillia and places like that for shopping excursions. And it's not who you are, but how you behave that's important. And I think what this is doing, this commentary and the us versus them, is some people, you know, are saying things like "stay the F away." Well, when you say that to a person, then they turn you off, and then you lose the communication with that person, and then they stop listening to whatever else you're saying about how to behave, you know, how to behave in a store, how to behave in your park, and they don't feel part of the community, so they don't have that same feeling of working together to protect our community. Our community is kind of unique in that a lot of the people in this area that have second homes there, they're not really cottagers. It's most likely they purchased the home as a pre-retirement home, and they're very active in our community. I know in our fundraiser that we ran, there were both seasonal and permanent residents donating to our community challenge. I know they also make substantial donations to the Meaford Hospital and the Meaford Hospital Foundation. So they are really part of our community. And so the same issues arose in Muskoka, and the mayors of Muskoka issued a call to their communities in the form of a very similar letter to show some leadership and end the divide. And so therefore, that's why I'm bringing this motion. And the draft letter was attached to the agenda there. And it really has three parts. One is the message thanking Dr. Era and the health team for the excellent job that they've done and the fact that we've been able to keep COVID out of our community from spreading in it. And then the second part is the little piece on the us versus them. And then the third part is advice to all our citizens to really, you know, we can feel pretty good about where we are, but if you look at various curves in the United States, as people kind of, the main waves passed, and in other countries and around the world as well, when the main wave passed, then people got complacent and they stopped practicing the things that had worked. And so the final part of the letter is all about, you know, keep doing what we're doing and let's all do it together so we can continue to be successful the way we have been. Thank you. And and that's why I'm asking for your support on this, because I think, you know, we do need to show some leadership and keep driving that message home.
Thank you very much, Councillor Schreiber. Councillor Potter, do you have anything to add as a seconder to this notice of motion?
Not a lot to add, Mr. Warden. Just that the part-time and seasonal residents add a lot to our community. It's easy to target them as people we don't necessarily like, but having worked in a lot of volunteer and community organizations over the years, without that contribution, we would probably not have achieved a lot of what we have achieved. And I'm thinking of things like the Marsh Street Center and the Craigleith Depot and so on. They're a very important part of our community, and it's like turning away one of the family. So I think that the mayor's motion is well-founded, and we do have to get away from this us and them mentality that seems to exist and realize that we're all in this together.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Councillor Potter. So the mover and seconders have spoken to this notice of motion. Is anybody else, any other county councillors wish to speak? Madam Clerk, is there somebody out there that?
Yes, Councillor Hicks and
Okay, go
Councillor Desai.
Hicks and Councillor Sy. Okay, go ahead, Deputy Warden, Councillor Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I am in support of the motion by Councillor Soever. I did have an opportunity to research online and find a letter written by the mayors in the Muskoka region. I think it's appropriate. I think the letter proposed by Councillor Soever is very similar to the letter proposed by, that was written by the mayors in the Muskoka region. There are just two things that I would point out. One is the letter from Muskoka talked about people who were traveling, bringing in their own resources. I think I'll read it exactly. It says that they purchased provisions in advance and self-quarantine as appropriate. I would think that that line is very important, and I would think that it should be in our letter as well. And the only second item is that Councillor Soever's proposal is that the letter come from the county and the mayors. I would say that if it's coming from the county, it's automatically coming from the mayor. So we probably don't need to mention the mayor specifically, just that it's coming from county council.
Okay, thank you very much for those comments, Deputy Warden, Councillor Hicks. Councillor Soever, comments to your notice of motion on that, and then I'll go to Councillor Desai.
I'm fine with changing the letter to include bring your own supplies and put that back in there. And
so would that be like a bullet? Because I'm looking at the letter and there's a few bullets you have.
Yeah, it says limit unnecessary travel. We could put the bullet in underneath there to, you know, bring your own supplies.
And the other part about the county and local mayors, the comment there.
Yeah, that's fine. I know I just included the mayors because I noted in the Muskoka letter, it was actually signed by all the different mayors of the different municipalities in Muskoka. So I was just taking the lead from that, but I'm fine if it just comes from the county council.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Desai.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think it's a motion that's comes from a well-meaning place, and I think it's important that it receives support from around this table. As such, Mr. Warden, I would like to request a recorded vote on this.
Okay, then we'll keep that to the end then, and your request is recognized. So, Madam, okay, is there any other questions, Madam Clerk?
Yes, I have Councillor Robinson and I have the CAO.
Okay, and we'll keep track of the few little changes. Maybe we'll have to have an amending motion, maybe. Okay, so who was the next person again?
Councillor Robinson and the CAO.
Great. Go ahead, Councillor Robinson, and then the CAO. Go ahead, Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I appreciate that. You know, I'm just very quickly going to speak in favor of this this notice of motion. I think it's timely and it deserves the support. The letter is well written, and I appreciate that Councillor Desai brought it forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Madam CAO.
Thank you. Just one small point of clarification, that there are 5 health units in the province who have not had a COVID-19 death, and we are one of those 5.
Which is great.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's a fantastic, fantastic situation to be in. That is for sure. Anything else, Madam
Councillor
CEO?
O'Leary.
Okay, thank you. Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I just want to send out a bit of a caution. One of the things that Councillor Soever said was we haven't seen any evidence of the disease spreading. And I think that's a little premature, but I'm certainly in favor of the motion because the message has to be the same and we have to keep the message going. But, you know, it takes a couple of weeks at least, and we still have to wait that out. But, you know, we all count on tourism right across the county, and I certainly support the motion. Thanks.
Okay, Thank you. So are there any other questions to the notice of motion? Going back to you, Madam Clerk, there was those suggested changes. Do we need an amending motion for this notice of motion, or can we make
No,
those?
I don't think so. It just, council issues a similar letter to our community. So between the deputy clerk and I, we've made notes on the suggestions, and we will finalize that letter should this resolution pass. Now, I do see Councillor Potter's hand up.
Yeah, I see that as well. Thank you. Councillor Potter, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Warden and Madam Clerk. I just would like to suggest that we be very careful about how we word the change suggested by Deputy Warden Hicks, in that our business communities are less unhappy about having visits from part-time and seasonal residents than maybe we think. So although we want to minimize the amount of travel by everyone, I think we should be careful not to segregate part-time and seasonal residents into, unclean, as if we're pushing them off into the desert until we can be sure they aren't going to harm the rest of us. So I think we should be careful how we word that.
Okay, I think that the clerk's department will take that note very seriously. Any other comments? I guess Madam CAO, through to the Dr. Aaron and the medical health Bruce, I think they still talk about non-essential travel, do they not?
That's correct.
So that's still in there. So I think that we realized, and I think from the early days, and I think Councillor Swiver talked about it, is those that were coming to their secondary properties or their second properties or whatever, come, bring your food, stay, but non-essential travel is still being recognized as not important. So, Councillor Millen, I thought I saw a finger there, so go ahead.
Yeah, it wasn't a single finger. That's all right. You're okay so far. Just had a thought here. I wonder, would it be worthwhile vetting the letter through the health unit? To this point, all or most of the communications on how to conduct yourselves in the community or ourselves rather, and what measures we want visitors to take and so on has come through the health unit. And they are seen as the spokespeople for these types of things. Either vet the letter through them, or maybe not do this and let the health unit be the communicator of these things.
Okay. I see the deputy chair of the health unit, Councillor Patterson. Do you have any comments? I know, Councillor Millen, you're on the health unit board yourself. Any comments from the deputy chair?
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I think it would be best if, I realize Councillor Soever is trying to have this come from Grey County Council and the mayors. So I would suggest that the health unit vet it first and then still come from Grey County Council to have the best effect.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Patterson. So going back to you, or maybe just Madam CAO, do you have any comments from a administrative side? Madam CAO?
I think as staff, we can certainly facilitate moving this forward, both ensuring that the messages is well aligned with the messages that the health unit has been providing all the way along, and then make sure that it gets out into the community appropriately.
Okay, very good. Councillor, are there any other questions from county councillors? Councillor Swiver, do you have?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Warden. I think it's a good idea to have it vetted by Dr. Era to make sure the message is aligned. I believe it is, and so but I think it's also good practice because I know we've been working very hard on practices here for the reopening of businesses, and the village association did a lot of work, but we did work very closely with the health unit, because I think it's important that, the messaging is aligned, and, all businesses in all communities, behave the same way, because if we're going to have spread, it doesn't help if one community is doing one thing and people go next door and contract the disease and come back.
Right. Okay, thank you for that. Any further comments, questions? I know in the early days I had calls, people were concerned, and rightfully so, about people coming into our community as safe as we were here, or still are. But there was other points raised about them and us, and I think that's it's not them and us. We're trying to be all, and I think that's maybe where we're trying to address this. So, okay, so there's no other questions. So then it was moved by Councillor Soever and second by Councillor Potter. Are there any opposed to this notice of motion?
Mr. Warden,
Yes?
Councillor Desai requested a recorded.
Oh, yes. That's right. Sorry about that. You're right. Okay, so can you proceed with that, Madam Clerk?
Yes, I can. Councillor Mackey,
In favor?
Councillor Gamble,
In favor.
okay. Councillor Burley,
In favor.
Councillor Carlton,
In favor.
Warden McQueen,
In favor?
Councillor Desai,
In favor?
Councillor Patterson,
In favor.
Councillor Hicks,
Yay.
Councillor Clumpus,
Yes.
Councillor Keaveney,
In favor?
Councillor Body,
In favor?
Councillor O'Leary,
In favor?
Councillor Woodbury,
In favor?
Councillor Millen,
Yay.
Councillor Soever, Councillor Soever,
In favor?
Councillor Potter,
In favor?
Councillor Robinson,
In favor?
Councillor Hutchinson.
In favor.
It's carried unanimously.
Okay, thank you very much for doing that, Madam Clerk. And the direction was that you will send us over to Dr. Era and the Medical Office of Health for Grey Bruce to get some comments, and you're going to do a few tweakings there as well. Okay, thank you, Ann. And then moving on to our agenda then. So then we're looking at our consent agenda. Are there
Mr.
any?
Warden, Councillor
Oh,
Mackey would like to have a break.
Oh, well, no, I can't give him a break, but I'll give everybody else. Okay, so it is 5 to 11. So is like, what have I got on my cell phone here? I got 10:54. Are you looking at 6 minutes, or do you need more? Do you want 11:05?
11:05, please, Mr. Warden.
Okay, we'll see you back at 11:05. And please, reminder from our clerk is to please shut your mute buttons off, or go into mute, I should say. So at this time, we are on that part of the agenda for the consent portion. Just getting it up here. And where do I lose it here? So are there any items of the consent agenda that wish to be pulled for separate discussion?
Yes, Mr. Warden.
And yes, Mr. Warden.
Go ahead.
I'd like to pull 5D, or no, not 5D. Yes, sorry, D, item D.
Okay, that's Councillor Desai. Okay, so
Diabolical?
maybe. Okay, that's the only one you wish to pull, Councillor Desai?
Yes, Mr. Warden.
Okay, I heard Councillor Robinson. Did you have wish to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Warden. I too wish to separate 5D, please.
Okay. All right. Are there any others items that wish to be separated?
Mr. Warden?
I think that's Councillor Soever.
Yes, I'd like to pull 5C and 5F.
Okay. Are there any other items wish to be pulled? So I hear none. And so as far as consent from that, who do I have on there? I had Councillor Hicks and Councillor Woodbury to support the remaining items that are in the consent agenda. There's no discussion on those items, so I guess there's nobody opposed. That is carried. Okay, so we'll come back to those items later on the agenda that were pulled. So then moving on to items for direction and discussion. This is with regards to the subdivision guidelines, student report. No, sorry, I'm off there. Hang on with me. I got too many papers in front of me. This is the transportation report. That's with regards to Stephanie Stewart, and that has been moved by Councillor Soever and Councillor Millen.
Mr. Warden, we're
Yes.
actually on addendum to PDR CW 1120 subdivision guidelines student report.
Oh, so I was right. Okay. Okay, so that was moved by Councillor Millen and second by Councillor Keaveney. So so that's item PW20. So that's CW20. So that's CW20.
That's Stephanie Lacey Avon that's going to be presenting.
Yes. Okay. So that was okay. So that's, like I said, moved by Councillor Millen, second by Councillor Keaveney. And so is Stephanie available then now to speak to that?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Warden and County Council. It's a pleasure to be here today and happy to see all the faces. Yeah.
Go ahead. Nice
Thank
to
you.
see you too.
I have Hydro One just outside of my house cutting down some trees right now, so it's been an interesting experience this morning.
Right.
So we're recommending that addendum to report PDR CW-1120 be received, and that the University of Guelph report titled Recolor Gray Healthy Community and Residential Subdivision Guidelines be received, and that staff utilize the guideline document created by the University of Guelph students and make it available to developers, members of the public, and other government officials to serve as a resource for development considerations across the county. So as presented in Scott's report back in February 2020, the Grey County Planning Department was lucky enough yet again to partner with a group of students from the University of Guelph Masters of Rural Planning and Development program. The students of this year's project, Jillian Smith, Sean Jeffrey, Lauren Biancolin, and Vanessa Lytle worked to create a subdivision guideline document titled Recolor Gray Healthy Community and Residential Subdivisions Guideline. They completed a jurisdictional scan of other county and municipal approaches to subdivision condominium design. They reviewed provincial legislation and other policy, as well as conducted stakeholder interviews with various members of municipal staff, developers, the health unit staff, and consultants in the area. From the onset of this project, it was made clear that this document was to be used for guideline purposes only, and it's intended to consolidate best practices to simply outline and delineate some of the desired types of development in the county. These guidelines do not supersede any provincial, county, or municipal level planning documents. Some of the 7 elements that were outlined throughout the document speak to inclusive design, design for sustainability, street design, parks and open spaces, compatibility, building and lot design, and site design. Each of these sections include detailed recommendations and key considerations. Some of the recommendation sections include infographics to further explain some of the pieces that are detailed in the report. We're extremely impressed with the quality of this report. We truly don't believe a consultant could have done any better at this point. The students put a great deal of effort, and we're really hopeful that this is going to be a document that will help guide planning throughout the county. These guidelines are very common in larger urban centers to facilitate planning through a comprehensive lens. So it's a bit of a unique situation where more of a rural community has created something such as this to help guide development. We believe that having a guideline document informing best practices unique to Grey County will be invaluable. We're hoping to share this document on the county's website, as well as share as a copy with the stakeholders that were involved in creating this document. And at this point, I'd like to extend a big thank you again to the students for completing this work. As well, I'd like to extend a thank you to Scott Taylor, who was the lead project, primary project lead on this one, and the agencies who took part in interviews and supporting the students throughout the creation of providing input. This document would be a great use of the county's planning department as well as planning community. And at this point, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for Stephanie. And you mean we don't make all the roads completely straight? Sometimes curves add character to a subdivision, correct? Okay, thank you for that. And well, just character. I know around the base of the Blue Mountains and stuff like that, there's been a lot of new design put into the thinking of subdivisions. It's not square and straight lines. Sometimes curves and different things add to the character of development of today, along with trees and all that great stuff, sidewalks and stuff. And it's recognizing those 7 points is really important. Okay, I'll see if there's any questions. Are there any questions from county councilors to that report? Great report. Okay, I hear no comments. And so if there's no comments, then is there anybody opposed to that motion? It was moved by Councillor Millen, second by Councillor Keaveney. Nobody opposed? Okay, so hearing none, that is carried. So thanks again, Stephanie. So then moving on to our next item is with regards to the update on the provincial policy statement. And this was moved by Councillor Mackey and second by Councillor Patterson. And Scott, I think you're going to speak to this item.
Yeah, thanks, Warden McQueen and members of County Council. I believe this is my first time presenting to you over Zoom, so I get to say first time caller, long time listener, but I appreciate, like Stephanie said, seeing everyone's faces today and be able to interact in this way. So what we have before us is a bit of an update report. Council may recall that in 2019, the province had released a draft provincial policy statement. The county at that time, through council, had commented on that document and provided some input. That document has since been finalized by the province and actually came into effect as of May the 1st, 2020. Therefore, all new planning decisions across the province must be consistent with the new provincial policy statement, whether they were submitted prior to the PPS coming into place or not. In general, staff are supportive of the new provincial policy statement. It's not a radical rewrite, but there have been some tweaks to different sections of the PPS, and we just thought we'd take you through a few of those highlights and certainly answer any questions that council may have in this regard. With the Ford government's mandates so far, one of their key items to address has always been housing and affordable housing. So there have been some changes in the PPS with respect to affordable housing. They've certainly offered more support for a wide variety of housing types, mentioned things like tiny houses and various other types in that regard. They've introduced a term which speaks to market-based housing. This is not a defined term in the provincial policy statement, so we may need a bit of clarification from the province on that. And they've also asked municipalities to coordinate their planning processes with their housing and homelessness plans in that regard. So we'll be working closely with Anne Marie's team in that regard to make sure that we're all singing from the same hymn book. In general, the changes to the housing sections are supported. We may not see an immediate increase in supply of housing. I think in that regard, of affordable housing, sorry. In that regard, we may need to see further incentives, and the county's actively working on that through our community improvement plan, as are a number of our member municipalities in that regard. But but there is support for the changes here. Another section that they've added some changes to has to do with comprehensive reviews and settlement area boundary adjustments. So a comprehensive review is a study that's defined both in the provincial policy statement and in our county official plan, which speaks to the type of study you'd have to do prior to either expanding your settlement area or looking at a change to the amount of employment or industrial lands you have in your municipality. In this case, the province has allowed for an abbreviated process where somebody is undertaking a swap of lands, if you will. So let's just say one of your municipalities was looking to expand a settlement area. You were looking to take 50 hectares out of the settlement area that maybe aren't developable for whatever reason and add in 50 hectares on another side of the settlement area. Therefore, as long as those lands can be serviced and they meet certain criteria, you can go through this abbreviated process versus having to do a full comprehensive review in that regard. One of the other changes here has been with respect to the growth horizons, or the length of time we can plan for. This is, in staff's opinion, possibly the biggest change in the 2020 provincial policy statement. It used to be that our planning documents, such as our official plans, could only have a timeline of 20 years on them. They can now go up to 25 years, which staff are supportive of, and we believe will offer some greater flexibilities to both the county and member municipalities in that regard. This one may trigger the need for an update to our growth management strategy, which currently doesn't look 25 years out. And it could also trigger a need for a future county official plan amendment. Staff have thought the best way to approach this is to bring a future report to County Council in this regard to explore these impacts specific to this section and what it may mean both at the county level and what it then may mean for some of your member municipalities that are also going through official plan reviews in the near future. The province has released in the provincial policy statement some further verbiage on preparing for the impacts of a changing climate. County staff feel that this closely aligns with the work that we're doing right now through our climate change action plan. So we appear to be in lockstep in that regard. There's been some minor tweaks to the aggregates section, but in this regard, it's not significant in Grey County, as the only real significant tweak has been to eliminate the practice of vertical zoning. So for those that might not be familiar, vertical zoning was including provisions right in your zoning bylaw, which spoke to how deep a pit or quarry could go, and it was most commonly used to limit the ability to go below the water table. But the provincial staff had always been leery of that process and had advised us not to undertake that route, in which case, as such, we haven't really done vertical zoning in Grey County in the past. Some of the other changes relate to planning in our agricultural and rural areas. With respect to the agricultural lands, the province has definitely placed greater emphasis on agricultural systems planning. This is something that we've already done through Recolor Grey, and even more so than Recolor Grey, this is something that Philly Markowitz has also shown great leadership on. And she's really been instructive to county planning staff on how to look at the agricultural system as a whole, rather than just the protection of lands for farm purposes. They've also made some minor tweaks to the on-farm diversified use policies, wherein we now consider ground-mounted solar arrays as an on-farm diversified use, and therefore municipalities can limit their size and scale. This is a bit of a change based on the province's repeal of the former Green Energy Act, so it's nice to have additional guidance in this regard. With respect to the changes to the rural lands, perhaps the key change to highlight here would be they've removed the word limited in front of residential development. So the 2014 provincial policy statement used to speak to limited residential development in rural areas. They've now removed that term limited, but they've also said that the residential development has to be locally appropriate in rural areas. The provincial policy statement is still very directive in terms of making sure that municipalities direct the majority of their growth to settlement areas, as we still want to protect our resource areas, both for farmland purposes and for aggregate purposes. We still need to look at appropriate servicing and meet minimum distance separation formula. As such, county staff don't feel that there's further amendments needed on this topic to the county official plan. There were some changes made through Recolor Grey to permit some further individual lot creation in the rural areas, and to clarify some of those areas that had caused grief in the past. In speaking with provincial staff, it's their opinion that this change was more meant to support those communities in the north or those municipalities that have rural lands with no designated settlement areas, and therefore this is giving recognition to those areas that they could still take on a degree of development in that regard. There's been some further changes with respect to Indigenous engagement and ensuring that municipalities shall engage with First Nations and Métis peoples as the county and our member municipalities already do. We certainly look forward to additional guidance from the province on this topic, because it can be a tricky one at times. The province has also added additional wording around protecting our employment lands and ensuring compatibility with neighboring uses. So in many cases, the term employment is a euphemism for industrial lands, and just to make sure that we aren't putting residential or other sensitive uses too close to these important employment lands in our communities. The province has also noted that there'll be further changes to the D6 guidelines, which is a document issued by the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks to guide separation distances in that regard. And the final topic we wanted to highlight was just to note that there have been some changes in the servicing policies in the provincial policy statement as well. They still give primary importance to development on full municipal water and sewer services. That's still clearly the direction. But they've added some increased flexibility for minor developments, or in some cases, rounding out whereby you might be using other types of servicing, including individual private systems such as wells and septic systems. They've also provided some further guidance on the need to look at our servicing capacities and our servicing strategies as part of the reviews of our future county and municipal official plans. So this will be something that you might want to flag if your municipality is looking at some official plan updates in this regard. And county staff intend to look for some further guidance from the province on exactly what's required there. And finally, they've also given some more guidance, and in some cases actually restrictions on the utilization of partial services. And for those unfamiliar, partial services are where you have primarily one municipal service, so maybe you have municipal water, but then you're still using private individual septic systems. There are some restrictions here where partial services were installed to correct failed systems in the past, and development is highly limited in those areas. County staff understand the intent of these policies, but it can be tricky to determine why services were initially installed. And so if we have a community whereby it was serviced in the 1970s, and we don't know whether that was to address a failed system or for other purposes, it's tough to apply those policies in that regard. So we will be seeking some further guidance from provincial staff in this regard. As such, the recommendation is that we receive this report and that we share it with member municipalities. As I said, county staff are generally supportive of the changes, and there's just a few topics that we want to further liaise with our provincial colleagues on to get some additional guidance. So that's all I have, but I'd be happy to take any questions if you have any in that regard.
Well, thank you very much for that, Scott, and always very informable when you present your reports. So thank you for that. Any questions from county councillors? I see Councillor Mackey. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Warden, and through you to Scott. Thanks for the report, Scott. Just in the settlement area boundary expansion, there's a requirement to consider market demand. Can you just speak to what market demand, how is market demand assessed?
Through you, Mr. Warden. Yeah, that's a great question. We're still trying to determine exactly what that means as well. The province has announced that there will be some further guidance coming out in terms of standalone guidelines to help implement the provincial policy statement in that regard. We've had some initial discussions. Typically, when you look at a settlement area expansion, one of the key things you're looking at is what your growth rate has been in the past, and then therefore what your available land is, which drives you to what the needed expansion is. We're not entirely sure how the term market demand would differ in that regard, but it's something we will be investing further energy into.
Thank you, Councillor Mackey. And that is an interesting point, because certainly we see lots of demand in certain areas, and I would think probably after COVID-19 there may be a different type of demand, and maybe not so much density because of people liking, you know, bigger wide open spaces. So any other questions from county councillors?
Mr. Warden?
Councillor Millen?
Go ahead, Councillor Millen, or Councillor Robinson, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Warden. Very good report. I appreciate it. My question is with regard to the second paragraph of the staff recommendation, and it reads that the report be shared with member municipalities in Grey County. Certainly that is very important. And I was just going through the report again to find out the application. Is it the intent of the author of the report, as well as the planning department, that if lower tier municipality planning departments have further comments they wish to make with regard to this report, that's the type of reasoning, that it's not only that you're submitting the report to the lower tiers for information, but as a secondary part, that you'd be looking for comments back?
Through you, Mr. Warden.
Yep, go ahead.
We had hoped to share it with member municipal planners for their information. Certainly, if they had any comments back, we'd be happy to receive them. In some cases, if they'd heard any different interpretations or had any dialogue with the province, certainly we'd love to get that feedback. We do generally have a fairly close relationship with municipal planners, and we try to meet a few times a year as a group. Just to look at issues that are facing our municipalities and the county as a whole, and also to try to ensure consistency in our approaches on a number of topics. So certainly sharing it with the municipalities wasn't meant to be a one-way street. We'd be happy to hear dialogue, but we also don't want to add to municipal staff workload, and we're not formally requesting comments unless there's any that want to share it in that regard.
Great, thank you.
Good question, and certainly, as you indicated, Scott, this was passed on May 1st, so certainly points of clarity, or like every time when there's a new document, sometimes there's a working through a certain situation to find that clarity for sure. Are there any other questions from county councillors?
Councillor Millen?
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Millen. Turn your mic, please, on off mute. There you go.
How's that? Does that sound better?
We want to hear you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mr. Warden. Scott, in terms of the on-farm diversified uses, there's been no indication of retreat from the on-farm diversified use. Doesn't have to be directly related to the farm production. Is that correct?
Scott?
Through you, Mr. Warden, there hasn't been any clarification there, any further clarification. The province released some guidance in 2016 through a document that spoke to that. And certainly there are a wide range of on-farm diversified uses. These can include everything from agritourism, so maybe you have a pick your own and a corn maze, to on-farm workshops, the kind that we see commonly in Southgate and Grey Highlands in this regard, largely by the Mennonite community. So there's been no further guidance to say that it has to be directly related to the farm, but it does have to be on a farm property in this regard. And I think the province, through the change that they were looking at here with respect to the clarification on solar panels, was just recognizing the fact that there was a bit of a policy vacuum based on the repeal of the Green Energy Act in that regard. And the one further point I'd make, which I should have made at the outset, was Stephanie Lacey-Avon was the one that primarily drafted this report, and she just let me present it, I guess, so I didn't feel left out in these discussions. But thanks to Stephanie for this.
Well,
thanks, Scott. I appreciate that. And Stephanie did do a wonderful job for you, and you presented it well.
Thanks.
Yes, and thanks, Councillor Millen, and thanks for those comments. Any further comments, questions from county councillors? I know there was the roundtable. I'm trying to think if it was either February or March of 2019 where Minister Clark came to Owen Sound, and I think a few of the county councillors might have been there, and some lower tier councillors as well. And I know there was great dialogue to the minister, and I think some of the things that we see added in here might have been some of those conversations that were at that meeting. So he was listening, and I think that's the part maybe about the limited that's maybe taken out. And I know that was sort of the opportunity to have flexibility with water and sewer was something that I think was very heavily discussed at that roundtable. So, okay, so I don't see any other discussion on this item, and this was again moved by Councillor Mackey, second by Councillor Patterson. Are there any opposed to this resolution? Hearing none, that is carried. Looking at the clock, it was sort of suggested by the clerk through our review yesterday of the agenda that maybe we take a break at 11:30 and come back at 12:30, just to give everybody that chance to have a bit of bite. And we know we still got quite a bit on this agenda. Madam Clerk, or we still want to move toward that?
I think we just had a break about 30 minutes ago, so I'm wondering if council's okay to have a break from 12 to 12:30, and then we can move on.
Yep, just following my notes from you yesterday, Madam Clerk, so I didn't want to go wrong, and that's quite fine. I think I got a few heads shaking. We can continue on, so we'll go to 12, which is normally the best time to break anyway, so we'll continue on. So the next report, the Dundalk Medical Health Clinic potential use for county land, and this report was moved by Councillor Mackey and seconded by Councillor Patterson, and I think Randy is going to speak to this. Randy, welcome.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Just gonna pull up my screen here. Can everyone see the presentation on the screen?
Not yet.
Any second now.
Try again, Randy.
I see Councillor Millen.
Let's try this. How's that?
There you are. That's good.
Excellent. Okay. So the purpose of this report is excuse me, I just gotta move my notes over here, is to provide an overview of the proposed medical health center in Dundalk, located in the township of Southgate, and determine if supportive in principle of the potential use of county-owned lands for associated parking and the trail crossing. So the proposed medical health center would be located on lands owned by the township, and the lands will be leased to the Southeast Grey Community Health Center. The lands are shown in blue on the map and are located at the corner of Dundalk Street and Grey Street West. The lands are directly adjacent to the CP Rail Trail and are west of the Dundalk Fire Department. The medical health center would be operated by the Southeast Grey Community Health Center, which currently operates a satellite clinic in Dundalk, but as I understand it, that they are running out of space and need a new space for their health center. As everyone knows, that Dundalk is definitely a growing community. The property owned by the township can accommodate some parking, including accessible parking spots and parking for staff. However, additional parking will be required. Southgate is therefore asking if the county would consider utilizing some of the lands currently owned by the county adjacent to the CP Rail Trail that could be utilized for overflow parking, as well as for parking for CP Rail Trail users, as well as the community as a whole. And these parking areas will be located in the land shown in yellow on the map on the screen. The lands in red represent the actual CP Rail Trail corridor. And at a minimum, these lands would need to be retained by the county in accordance with the county official plan policies, which requires that the CP Rail corridor remain under the ownership of the county, not only for the current use as a recreational trail, but also in case rail were to ever return to this area. So the image on the screen is a draft concept plan of the proposed medical health center, as well as the parking facilities and other features associated with the proposed development. And as you can see on the screen, this is the location of the new health center. Dundalk Street is just to the lower portion, I guess, of this medical health center along the bottom here. Grey Street North is located here, and Proton Street North is to the top here. The CP Rail corridor, as I highlighted before in that area in red, is basically represented by this line here and this line here. So it represents basically this area that can be seen. As you can see, as I mentioned, the accessible parking as well as some parking for the medical health center can be accommodated on the lands that are owned by Southgate, which are here, as well as some staff parking that can be accommodated. But as noted, additional parking is required for the medical health center. And as you can see, these are the lands that were highlighted in yellow on the previous map. And as you can see, there's a proposed, basically 3 parking areas. One would be specifically for CP rail trail users. And as you can see, there are some spaces that they've identified that would actually accommodate a trailer should someone want to a trailer in an ATV or snowmobile to access the trail at this location. This would be the parking area for the medical health center as well as the community as a whole to utilize. And this would be also contain a stormwater management underneath the parking lot. So a system will be in place for that to manage the stormwater management. And as you can see, because there's a growing and thriving Mennonite community in Southgate, there's also proposed separate buggy parking for Mennonites, including a barn and a horse tie for the Mennonite community in order to accommodate their needs when utilizing the proposed health center. You can also see on the map, there's the proposed, this dashed line right here is where the existing trail is today. And as you can see, what's proposed is kind of a curved pattern. And this is designed to help calm traffic because there are motorized vehicles that are currently permitted on the CP Rail Trail, including ATVs and snowmobiles. So this will be designed in a way to help with motorized vehicle traffic and calming from a speed perspective through this area of Dundalk. And as you can see, there's also a trail crossing that's proposed along that trail that would eventually provide access to the proposed medical health center. I also should note that there is a drop-off pickup area that is proposed on the site plan. You can see it down in this location. So that would be off of Dundalk Street. That would be, of course, utilized for patients visiting the center. They can then be dropped off and picked up in front of the medical health center, which then avoids the need for them to have to go to the parking area and cross the trail that way. It is anticipated that pedestrian use of the CP rail trail in this area will likely increase as a result of the proposed medical health center. There are also other uses within this block, including the Huron Bay Co-op, the Dundalk Fire Department, and the Dundalk Library, which could also add to the pedestrian movement in and around this area. As I mentioned, motorized vehicles such as ATVs and snowmobiles are currently permitted on the CP rail trail, and therefore there is a potential increased risk for county liability for injuries and damage that could result along the trail. County staff feel that this risk can be minimized through trail design and trail crossing design. County staff have also recommended to the township to consider adding sidewalks within this village block to provide further options for pedestrian movement between the proposed parking areas and the various uses. So those sidewalks, as I understand it, would be located along Proton Street North, Gray Street North, as well as along the frontage of Dundalk Street as well. County staff and Gray Salvo contract staff who helped manage the CP Rail Trail reviewed the proposed concept plan and suggested some revisions which have been incorporated into this latest draft concept plan. These include those traffic calming measures, as I mentioned, in terms of putting in curves in the trail to force motorized vehicles to slow down. There would also be signage, including stop signs at the trail crossing and warning signs of trail crossing ahead would also be included. Lighting would also be included to help illuminate some of the parking areas and the trail crossing, as well as having different materials to distinguish the trail crossing from the actual CP rail trail. These design features will help to minimize any potential risk and liability associated with the trail crossing, as well as the use of the trail by pedestrians within this village block. Any agreements between the county, the township, and Southeast Gray Community Health Center would also address any liability with respect to the use of the trail and the trail crossing. Trail maintenance and trail crossing maintenance will also need to be considered as part of any agreement, including winter maintenance. So county staff see this as a potential opportunity to improve the trail within this area of Dundalk, as currently there are sections of the trail where it's difficult to determine what is the trail versus what are parking areas and trail crossings in this area. County staff recommend that the trail improvements be considered for the entire village block. So that would be from Gray Street over to Holland Street. Having additional parking adjacent to the CP Rail Trail will also provide opportunities for residents and visitors to park and enjoy the CP Rail Trail. And that's also an action item that's recommended in our recreational trails master plan that's been recently approved by County Council. As noted previously, the county would need to maintain at a minimum that CP Rail Trail corridor, which is approximately 25 meters wide, not only for the current use of the corridor, as I mentioned, but also in case rail were to ever return. And it will be important to include provisions in the agreement regarding the potential return of rail. And in speaking with county legal staff, we may need to engage an external lawyer that specializes in this area of law. So that's something that we will have to look at and consider as we move forward, if council supports this in principle. County staff see this as an opportunity to also clean up land ownership and leasing arrangements in this area. Currently, we lease some of the lands that the county owns to Huron Bay Co-op. And there are currently buildings that appear to encroach on the actual CP Rail Trail corridor within this village block. So we see it again as an opportunity to clean up some of the land ownership and leasing arrangements. And so what we're going to ask the surveyor to do when they're doing the reference plan is to survey the piece that we currently lease to Huron Bay Co-op as part of that reference plan. Should council support the proposal in principle, county staff would work with the township and Southeast Gray Community Health Center to work out details with respect to land transfers and leases, as well as the associated agreements. We would also finalize any design details with respect to the trail to ensure that it's designed to reduce any risk and liability concerns. County staff would also work with township planning staff to ensure that any planning matters are addressed. And Southgate staff have noted that a local official plan amendment and a zoning amendment would be required to accommodate this proposed use. With respect to legal and legislative requirements, the use of county land to provide parking or other land to support a private development engages bonusing restrictions. So any agreements reached in this regard will need to ensure that no bonusing occurs. And as noted previously, since motorized vehicles are permitted on the trail, and since the pedestrian use on the trail in this area is expected to increase, that could potentially increase any potential risk for county liability for injuries and damage. And therefore, these matters will also need to be considered as part of the agreements with Southgate and/or Southeast Gray Community Health Center. From a financial resource implication, all costs associated with the medical health center, the proposed parking areas, the trail crossing, the improvements to the trail would all be part of the overall expenses associated with the medical health center, and therefore would be paid for either by Southgate or the Southeast Gray Community Health Center. Should the county require legal support for the matters associated with rail, there could be some additional costs, which we hope could be covered by Southgate or Southeast Gray Community Health Center as overall expenses associated with the project. So at this point in time, the recommendation is that the report be received and that the proposed medical health center be supported in principle, and that staff be directed to work with the township and Southeast Gray Community Health Center to address any matters regarding the land in terms of potential land transfers and or lease agreements that will be required to move forward with this proposal. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, great report, Randy. Thank you for that. I know that myself, the deputy warden of Southgate, deputy mayor of Southgate, and the deputy mayor of Grey Highlands, along with the CHC chair and the CAO of Southgate, we had a bit of a meeting a couple weeks back to sort of give us a preliminary idea of what was happening there. And I don't know, do the mayor or deputy mayor of Southgate have anything to add or any comments first?
I see Councillor Woodbury, and Councillor Body also has a question.
Okay, Councillor Woodbury, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Just to give a bit of history on this, even just 2.5 years ago, we had one part-time doctor who left the area, and that's all we had in the east end of the township. Through Southeast Grey Community Health Center, they received a donation of the Erskine Church and started bringing nurse practitioners and doctors and making us part of that. It's grown from that into this idea, and this idea is truly a community thing. The Mennonite community uses the service extensively, and it looks like they'll commit to actually doing that type of stuff as part of the project. We have a developer that is donating a substantial amount of money towards the project. And with our growth, this is something that's just, the medical center is absolutely necessary, and just a wonderful community thing that's brought a lot of organizations together. So I would appreciate any support. We're getting down to the details part now. So thank you very much.
Well, it looks like a great project, Mayor Woodbury. Councillor Millen, do you have anything to add? I know you were in that meeting.
Just real quickly, I just it should be noted that we've had a local developer commit $1 million to this project.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, I heard that the other day. That's a great boost for sure. Councillor Body, you had a comment.
Yeah, question for Randy. With regard to the yellow portion, well, to start off with, this is obviously needed. The community is going to be growing. It makes sense. It makes sense that it's going to be there for a long term. So why are we leasing, and why would it not make more sense to transfer the yellow portion from the county to lower tier or to the health center? Why are we continuing to hold it and potentially carrying the liability if something happened in that parking lot, or the environmental of an automobile spilling oil, etc.? Why wouldn't we just transfer it?
Yeah, sorry I wasn't clear on that. I think the intent would be for the yellow lands to be transferred to Southgate. I think they would be able to lease the arrangement to Southeast Grey Community Health Center for both the parking area and the clinic. The only thing that we would need to maintain at a minimum is those areas in red, and that's the CP Rail Trail corridor. So there may have to be some lease arrangements associated with the trail crossing and other things that we may have to look at. But I think the intent at this stage would be, subject to any further direction from council, would be to look at potentially transferring that yellow area to Southgate.
Okay, I maybe misunderstood that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem.
And I think, Randy, from our meeting last week with the CHC CAO, if the rail line ever came in, that parking would also be maybe available for rail line use as well as, possibility. I don't know if you have anything to add to that, Randy.
Yeah, so that's where we definitely want to address that as part of any agreements that we have with respect to the lands, to make sure that if rail were to ever return to the area, that we have provisions in place in the agreement recognizing that. So that's something that we'll need to address as part of any future agreements. And we've had some preliminary discussions with Southgate and Southeast Grey Community Health Center around that. Yeah, and maybe utilizing or reworking some of these parking areas in order to accommodate that down the road, should we ever be lucky enough to have rail return to at least parts of the county. We would be able to look at maybe a new design or redesign of some of these parking areas in order to accommodate some of that rail, should it return.
Right, and thanks for that, Randy. Any further comments from county councillors? I know one other thing that we talked about last week was if the rail line did go in, that you'd have to maybe put a pedestrian overpass over above the rail line if that rail line ever went back in, and that wouldn't be a problem. You just have to build it. So
yeah.
Okay. All right. So I don't see any other questions? This was moved by Councillor Mackey, second by Councillor Patterson. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Is there any opposed? Hearing none. That is carried. So we got 10-2. We'll move into the next item then, and this is with regards to impact on Grey County business update, and this is a report from Savannah, and I have it moved by Councillor Patterson and second by Councillor Robinson. And Savannah, how are you doing?
Oh, thank you. I'm good. How are you?
Better now.
Yes, you're well connected now.
So go ahead at your leisure then.
Thank you very much. So this report is a follow-up to the report we brought 1 month ago about business impact from COVID and the pandemic. And it was to bring forward now the follow-up survey results for you and talk about where our staff and where our working group are starting to pivot. We want to say again how impressed we have been with both provincial and federal governments. They've really done a good job of listening and tweaking programs. We know that the emergency business account was expanded to allow for sole proprietors to participate, that we have seen a brand new fund come through the CFDCs locally as part of FedDev. So that has really helped for those businesses who did fall between the cracks, and there are definitely cracks, but now they seem to be being caught, which is excellent. And we're very fortunate in Grey County. We have 3 CFDCs that serve our region. So when that information came out about the Relief and Recovery Fund, we made sure that all of our municipalities and all of our businesses would know exactly who their contact was, because the map doesn't quite align with the maps that we have for other organizations. But everyone has been connected who did need it and who did reach out and told us we have fallen through a crack. They were connected with one-on-one to make sure that they had that contact and that information for those programs. So we continue to work closely with our municipal and community partners and our businesses to listen and find out exactly what is happening, where our best role can be, and where our resources can be placed in order to assist. So through the working group, we've now moved to meeting this way. Every other week, we are getting together as a group, and we are now 35 across the county. That's how many representatives between provincial representatives, community representatives, your municipalities, and our staff are on those calls. So we are very well coordinated across Grey County. And now we're starting to look at what does that recovery really look like. We've certainly been working on recovery pieces as we go throughout this, but now we're getting to a point where we need to get a little bit more specific about what those items might be that we can do to assist. So what we're seeing now that things are starting to reopen is that it's again causing concern for businesses because they don't have the information that they need because they're bombarded with so many different resources. So it's really difficult to figure out what it is that they really truly need to follow. Staff are not able to fully return to work, whether it be because of the benefits that they are now receiving, because they don't have childcare, because they don't feel confident coming back to the workplace. And we know that revenue is going to be slow to grow. So all these issues are compounding now in the reopening phase of the pandemic. So for some businesses, the pandemic, it's either meant status quo or they've actually seen an increase in their business because they've been able to pivot and they've become an essential service that people have trusted. But for the majority of our businesses, this has been absolutely devastating to them. We've done 2 surveys now through the Western Ontario Wardens Caucus to participate right across the region. The first one ran from March 17th to April 9th, and then the one that this is reporting on ran from April 16th to May 1st. And though we did want to mention that no businesses said through these surveys that they have permanently closed, but we are hearing that that is happening through our community. So we are absolutely looking into that because we think it's really important to track this information. Survey fatigue, webinar fatigue, Zoom fatigue, it is happening right across the board with all of our businesses. So our response rate is lower, but because of the conversations we've been having with businesses, because of the conversations with our working group, we're quite confident that this information is representative of what's happening across our business community in Grey County. So we will not be resurveying until we are well into the recovery phase to find out now what is working and what is not and where we need to continue to pivot our resources. So a reminder, in Grey County, we've got 10,500 businesses approximately. 70% of those are sole proprietors or home-based businesses. So we are a community of small businesses. 43% of the 218 businesses that did respond to this survey did let us know that they've temporarily shut down their operations. 40% of the businesses have said that impact is significant and growing. And 60% have accessed government support, 40% have not. And what's really interesting to note is that of those who have access to government support, 55% went for the CERB, which is that individual program. And that's important to realize because, again, we are those sole proprietors and we are the home-based businesses, that was really the only program that was fully available to them. The emergency business account, we had 30% business go after that, and 25% went after the wage subsidies as well, which we are happy to hear have been extended into August. So that is good news as well. We also asked a little bit more specifically about what employee layoffs was looking like to get a better picture of what this was doing in our economy. So on all accounts, layoffs have absolutely shrunk the size of our businesses, and now 77% are falling into that 0 to 4 category of employees. And this is echoed by 4 County Labor Market Planning Board releases the unemployment rate once a month for us. So last month, our unemployment rate grew to 8.1%, which is a far cry from the conversations we were having not even a year ago, where we were under 2% employment rate. So it's a very different environment right now. We do expect, because a lot of that comes from manufacturing construction, that when things do get back up and going, it will bounce back quickly, but there will certainly be work to do. Another really telling question, we did ask businesses this time to look at their 2019 actuals and their best projection that they could give us for 2020, just so we had a better idea of where they think their future is going. And when we averaged everything out, it was a 42.5% revenue reduction is what was estimated in our business community. So that's really significant. And we've had lots of excellent conversations with RTO7, and they're also sitting on our working group now. And that's really important when we look at tourism, which we know are being especially hard hit in this. They're a $1.4 billion industry in our region across Bruce Grey Simcoe. So that is definitely, those revenue reductions will be felt right across the board. So we have provided the full survey results for you through the links in this report so that you can read them. We've added some narrative to give you a little bit more picture of the types of things that we're hearing from business so that you would have that. Our businesses continue to ask from federal and provincial governments clear guidance moving forward and a little bit more notice. It would be really helpful to have a couple of weeks to start to think about what it looks like in terms of what is actually needed of them. But it seems to be a 48-hour or less move. So that has been difficult on our business community. And more flexibility in programs, which has been met through the changes that have been introduced recently. From municipal governments, our businesses are still seeking financial aid and property tax assistance, which most of our communities have done, if not all. So that is excellent. Thank you so much for taking that move in support of your business community. Looking for promotion and marketing assistance and information and leadership, as well as a break on municipal charges and utilities, which ties directly back to the property tax assistance side. So what we're looking to do now is for our staff internally to work with our finance department to look at what was in our approved budget for 2020 and see about pivoting those dollars. And I'll talk about that in just a minute. In terms of staff redirect, I do want to note that, as you heard last time, almost all of our economic development and tourism staff were redeployed to long-term care, and we were so thankful that they were able to do that, and very pleased with the work that they were able to do well in long-term care. And now that we have more bodies to be able to fill those places for them to come in and fill those redeployment gaps, I've been able to pull back all of our economic development and tourism staff. So we are all back in-house, focusing completely on business recovery at this point. And we've also done a reorganization of staff. So instead of keeping us in the groups that we were in, where it was economic development, tourism, and communications, we've rejigged a little bit. So Rob Hatton is leading our communications side, but we've also added Katrina, Philly, Heather, and Olivia are now on the communications team to make sure that everything we are doing is coming with a corporate communications lens. All consultations and training are being run by Courtney Miller and Taylor Corfield through the Business Enterprise Center. Instead of all of our departments doing them, it's one spot. And economic recovery is being led by Steve Furness, Brian Plumstead, Jacinda, and Allison as well. Are in that having those one-on-one conversations with businesses and with our member municipalities to make sure that we are doing everything we can not to duplicate resources so that we can get our resources going further. This has actually been a really good move. We've been able to better align the in-house expertise that we have and keep everything in-house. So at this point, we've done all of the messaging and all of the work just with staff. The business resource page is continuing to grow. It now includes Wi-Fi access points for those unable to connect from their home or business, which we know is becoming more and more important. The Business Enterprise Center has been hosting Ask a Professional series of webinars, and we are just about to host another one with Grey Bruce Public Health in partnership with Bruce County so that our businesses can get the information they need directly from Dr. Era and ask the questions of him. So that is a really exciting next step to those webinar series. And again, we know all of our chambers are running webinars. We know there are webinars happening everywhere. So we're doing our absolute best not to duplicate and to just fill the gaps based on what our businesses are asking for. We've also worked with our tourism and trails partners and public health and enforcement agencies to get the information that they need internally about open and closed outdoor spaces. That has been very important to help alleviate some of those stresses. And then coordinating messages to help residents and visitors navigate those recommendations and always talking to our people as a whole. So it's very much appreciated, Alar, the letter that you brought forward. That's been a big conversation around our table. And we are continuing to participate in those wider regional discussions. So we meet weekly with RTO 7, we're meeting bi-weekly with Western Ontario Wardens Caucus, and TIO is weekly as well. So all of those are continuing, and the MP and MPP are receiving these reports and communicating any questions that they may have. So the working group, like I mentioned, is now meeting bi-weekly. We've put together some bullet points here for you that have become the main themes of what we were hearing from businesses, what they are hearing on the ground, and what we're hearing. And it really is, it breaks down into 3 different pieces, one being facts, second being confidence, and the third being support. What we need to do, our best role right now, is to build that confidence among our employers, their employees, and the public. That is where we see recovery really needing some work. So these are some of the ideas that have come forward. What we're proposing is that we'll come back to you in 2 weeks to the next council meeting with an actual recovery plan. And then with your support today, to be able to put some of our budget that we already had approved in 2020, now that we know there will be projects that will not go forward, now that we know that we're not doing the type of marketing and the type of campaigns that we had planned, we'd like to ask your permission to take those dollars and redirect them to this recovery plan so that when we come back to you in 2 weeks, we can give you that plan with associated budgets for your consideration. So that is kind of the next step for us. In the meantime, we're going to host that webinar with Dr. Era and Grey Bruce Public Health. We're going to continue to keeping our businesses well informed and making sure that they have the information in a trusted location and a one location if possible. And we've also received confirmation from the province that we were able, because Summer Company program was canceled, we were able to take those grant dollars, attach them to the Starter Company Plus grant dollars we already had. So we now have a pool of $55,000 in grant dollars that can be reallocated to recovery. So we're bringing back a proposal that would be part of this recovery plan we'll see in 2 weeks to be able to pivot those dollars. So we don't intend to come back with an ask to do a loan program or anything like that. We think that the loans have been covered between the federal governments, the provincial governments, and now the CFDC programs. We do think that our businesses are well taken care of in that regard. We have not been asked to do loan programs by our businesses. They've really asked for those granting dollars through the Business Enterprise Center, through CIPs that already exist, and to really help with that confidence building, making sure they have access to PPE and marketing assistance. So that's where that plan will focus in 2 weeks when we do come back to you. So that's all that I have, but if you have any questions, please let me know.
Well, thanks, Savannah, and great report. And just before I go to questions, I know that Bruce County has put the loan program out there, and they were really early on that. I know you were mentioning the other day that you're working with Bruce County very closely, and I just wondered if there's much uptake. It's interesting that you say that we haven't had the demand or the questions about using that loan, but has there been much uptake moving forward with Bruce County with regards to their loan program?
That's a great question. I haven't heard an answer on that. I know there has been uptake for the new CFDC programs that came through, but I'll ask Jill and see what that uptake has been.
No, it's just interesting because I know they came up with it really early, and it was like, well, what's Grey County doing? But I think a lot of businesses don't really want to borrow more money. They just want help to get going. And however, it's unique to each business, and you're following up very closely with those in Grey County. So thanks for that. And also communicating with our local MP and MPPs because they get the questions as well. So that's great as well. Questions from county councilors?
Mr. Warden, I have Councillor Keaveney, Desai, Millen, and Soever.
Keaveney, Desai, Millen, and Soever. Yeah,
yes.
And Soever.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Councillor Keaveney. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. And Savannah, I want to express great appreciation to you for all that you were doing to support businesses within the county, and to say how much your work supports our own local recovery task forces. So thank you for that. My question is in relation to whether any consideration has been or might be given for the county through your economic development department to consider, I guess, a letter, I will say, to our MP. We know that the wage subsidy currently requires a business to be down 30%, and with it being extended into August, the hope of many businesses is that that could become a sliding scale as businesses reopen and begin to recover financially. And we know that other organizations like the CFIB are lobbying for that. And I just wonder, Savannah, if you have any thoughts on whether that's anything the county could participate in to help businesses in that regard.
Savannah?
Through you, Mr. Warden, that's a great question. And I know that advocacy is definitely a piece of the recovery plan that's coming forward. We know that Tayo has been doing an excellent job for our tourism businesses, Western Ontario Wardens, for all of our businesses through Kate. So that's something, I'll bring that back to the group, and we'll let you know in 2 weeks if that's okay.
Thank you.
Okay, good question. Councillor Desai.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. A terrific report, really, and I do appreciate the efforts of our staff to sort of go out and get these surveys done. It's hard work, especially as it's mentioned in the staff report. At some point, survey fatigue does set in, but I do appreciate the efforts that staff is taking to do this. My one concern with the report is that it almost sounds like we want to do certain provide financial assistance to businesses, and that's what the staff report suggests. The reason I'm concerned with this is that there's provincial and federal governments that are already they've put in place a number of programs already, and the survey says that, Family Feud survey says there's a fair number of businesses that are not participating in any of those. So rather than the county becoming a source of financial assistance, maybe we need to provide assistance on how to apply for these financial programs that the provincial and federal government have put into place. The other reason that this concerns me a little is that from a financial perspective, the federal and provincial governments are much better situated to run those programs. Mainly because they have the ability to run deficits, whereas we don't. So if we do end up going forward and if council decides that we do want to provide financial assistance, my question would be, where would those funds be coming from? Because at a certain point, we do have to fund those programs. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Savannah, do you have some feedback there?
Yes, through you, Mr. Warden. At this point, the only dollars that we're looking to redirect are what were already included in the 2020 economic development and tourism budgets. So we're not intending to ask for any further loans or anything, even from our reserves at this point, and very much focused on the dollars that we know can be available readily to businesses through those grants come from the Business Enterprise Center, which are already provincially approved programs, and they provide those grant dollars to us. So that 55,000 that I mentioned, those are provincial dollars. Those are not Grey County dollars. And then through the CIP, those are dollars that we, through the 10-year capital, have approved. And right now, every one of our municipalities has $40,000 that has already been approved and already budgeted. So those are the funds that we're looking at. In terms of the other recovery type of efforts around marketing support, we know we're going to need to spend money on that type of thing. And we would do that anyways. It's just normally it would be on a very different style of campaign. And we already produce our magazine. So looking at how we can rethink those items. So to be really a mix of what we would bring back in that report in 2 weeks, asking to be able to spend. But those are the kind of focus, because we really do think that the federal and provincial governments are doing an excellent job, and that really is where those types of financial aid need to come from.
Okay, thank you for that. The next question comes from Councillor Millen.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Thank you for the report. It was quite comprehensive. Interesting thought of redirecting dollars from your budget. Not every department wants to suggest such a thing. But I look forward to the report in 2 weeks, but I wonder, could there be in that report a flavor of more of a global impact to the county budget? Because going forward, I can see that there's going to be need, probably increased costs in long-term care and maybe in some other departments as well. Rather than start piecemealing different department budgets, I think council would be better served to have a more global view of overall demand or possibilities to redirect funds before we start hiving off bits and pieces here and there without seeing the rest of the picture. So I see Mr. Wepler has come online, so I'm sure he'll have some sage words of advice for this lowly councillor.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Millen. And I was just going to call on the big guns here. And Mr. Wepler, do you have a comment?
Big must be just my physical size you're talking about. Finance is planning and bringing a report on June 25th of what we're looking at, where we're at today and what we're projecting to year end. So speaking to Savannah, we just thought the importance of this, we're trying to push this forward. So the county is, it's, a lot of our problems are on the revenue side that we're having problem, but I have worked with transportation services specifically, and we've tried to free up taxation money in the transportation budget by using federal gas tax reserves to try to compensate for the overall issues that the county's going to have, and still be able to provide Savannah some room here to be able to address this. So, but yeah, we're planning to come on the second meeting in June with a corporate update on the financials of the county. Okay.
Thanks, Kevin.
Okay, thank you for that question, Councillor Millen. And Councillor Schweber.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Certainly, thank you, Savannah, for a very comprehensive report. And we've been working quite diligently here in the town of Blue Mountains with our partners. And there's been a lot of work done by the Blue Mountain Resort. And certainly the messaging that they're putting out is that, they're not advertising for people to come. They recognize people will come, and that, they look at it as a soft opening opportunity where, they just have to manage the people that show up. And that's what their focus is right now. And I think what we're hearing from our businesses is they don't need well, they need money, but they recognize that we as smaller governments aren't in a position to offer them the kind of assistance that they are already getting from the federal and provincial governments. And what they would like us to do, and that's what we've heard in our task force, and I don't know, is that we provide the infrastructure for a safe experience for the tourists. So that means when we do open beaches and you know, that how do you deal with the washroom facilities? So I know that's been the most difficult challenge so far. And you know, how do you clean them and make sure there's limited contact points? How do you ensure social distancing in the parks? One of the areas that we will come to county for, I know our staff have already been talking with them, is closing down the parking area on our main street, the parking spots, and painting circles on them so that when people are waiting to get into the businesses, they're not milling about. They're kind of, you know, there's a visual cue, you know, stand in your circle. And because I think it's important not only to the visitors and the businesses, people will not go to businesses if they don't feel safe. I heard a person was in a business this week, and the person came to stock the shelves and pretty much bumped right into them. And, you know, this elderly person didn't feel safe having a person come right up to them. And, you know, so if she says, I'm not going back there, you know. So I think it's very important that we provide the tools to the businesses, and the resort, and they probably shared it with you. They've certainly shared it with us, and we're sharing it with our businesses. It'll be on our website. I think it's already up. It probably went up this morning. Is best practices on, you know, keeping the business clean and all that. So what we're hearing from the businesses, they're not looking for financial assistance from us, but they're looking for the tools and the education to be able to open up safely and take some of the stress of, like, telling them where they can find PPE and what PPE, when should they be using it, when should they be taking stuff off the shelves, like if in the clothing stores, if somebody tries something on, you know, they take it to the back and steam clean it and take it out of circulation for 24 hours. Things like that. So I think that's really what they're looking for. So I'm glad you guys are working on that as well, but there is a lot that, you know, has already been done and by the resort, and we have reached out to the medical officer of health, and they've reviewed those things, made some suggestions, and we pretty much have a final version now. So just like to offer that up if you're not already have your hands on it.
Okay, well, thanks for that, Councillor Schwaber. And I presume through Savannah that our county staff are working with our lower tier staff with what they're doing as well, and all communicating. Savannah, do you have a comment to that?
Yes, absolutely. We are talking, it almost seems like on a daily basis at this point, which is good. And Andrew and Patty from Blue Mountain Village Association do sit on our working group. So that information is definitely being shared to make sure we have that consistency in all of the work we're doing. And if you look at those bullets in the report that just gives you kind of a brief overview of what we do plan to come back with, that's very much aligned, Councillor Schwaber, to what you were saying. That is where our focus needs to be. It's really building that consumer and public confidence, but also confidence among employees and employers, because we don't want that to become a sticking point that we have employees who do not want to come back because they don't feel safe, and we have public that feels the same way, because that's not going to be good for any kind of recovery. So that's very much where our focus needs to be.
And we see businesses across the country and across the world coming up with innovative ways of doing our business. And one example this morning I saw on the TV, where in a restaurant they had a little plastic plexiglass dome around each person so they could still dine, but there was a barrier in between. So we're continuing to see those innovative things coming out to make business do their things, but in a different way that still achieves what, you know, the bottom line for them to operate a business. So that's certainly sharing all those ideas is very, very important. I think also to you, Savannah, the ability to make sure all avenues, whether provincial, federal, from our level, lower tier, are all available to those businesses, whether it's support of any way. And I just look at one. I just got a tweet here this morning from Danielle Collins. This is more to do with agriculture, but it said farmers and ag businesses may be eligible up to $14,000 to assist with salaries and wages for hiring youth this summer. Employees can apply for funding from April 1st right through to March 31st. So, you know, there's an example of just continuation of things that are out there to, you know, I mean, we're getting bombarded by so much information every day that Prime Minister is speaking about, you know, new programs and stuff too, right? And the Premier and all that stuff. So it's very
Point of
important.
order, Mr. Chair.
Sorry?
Are we starting to stray away from what the report is trying to tell us?
Hope not. I'll stop talking.
All right.
All right.
I do promise that we are doing that work, and we have I'm going to call it a very hideous chart that is full of a ton of really good information that is tweaked every single day as new programs come out. So we are keeping that communication going.
And it keeps changing for sure. Are there any other questions or comments from county councillors?
Mr. Warden, I have Councillor Body.
Sure. Go ahead, Councillor Body.
Yeah, thank you. Just on the corner of this, for Savannah or Kim, with regards to tourism, we know that Dr. Era has just opened up beaches, or removing the order, which is, I think, at noon hour today. I got a question from my staff of the city, wondering if there's any discussion at County Council about potential standard bylaw for local municipalities. So that's a question for Kim or Savannah with regard to opening up beaches and tourism. Will we be drafting sort of a bylaw that would affect everybody? Thanks.
So good question, and maybe I'll go to the Madam CAO. Do you wish to speak to that?
What I will suggest is that Michael Letourneau has been working with Dr. Era. We do have a consistent bylaw that's ready to go. The fact that Dr. Era is lifting his notice doesn't change the status with the provincial order. So if I can turn it over to Michael, if you're available.
Michael?
Yes, just can you hear me okay? Just speaking briefly, a draft bylaw template for consideration by each local municipality in Grey and Bruce would be circulated soon. We've just received some feedback from the Ministry of the Attorney General on set fines. So hopefully that will come out by the end of the week. Beyond that, it'll be up to every council to consider if you want to implement it, certainly to obtain your own legal review of it, and to look at what enforcement you want to carry out with respect to it. We realize everybody's circumstances are quite different in terms of your resources and any beaches or other amenities that you may need or be ordered to close.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good question, and stay tuned to that for sure. Okay, any further questions with regards to Savannah's report? Okay, I hear none.
I see Councillor Soever's hand.
Oh, sorry, I can't see it. So thank you for that, Madam Clerk. Go ahead, Councillor Soever.
Yes, I look forward to getting that draft bylaw. I would like to, though, mention that with regards to the former order from Dr. Era, that very few municipalities actually followed through on that in terms of posting their beaches and actually enforcing or advertising that they were closed. So I think for us, for everybody, if you're gonna pass the bylaw, then I hope everybody takes it seriously and actually acts on it, because I saw very little action on the former.
Okay, thank you for that. Just a clarity question to you, Madam CEO. If the lower tier municipalities, or maybe this is to Michael, were to pass that bylaw, can OPP still enforce it, or does it fall back to the bylaw officer? I know you talked about that. I just don't remember the comments back. Madam CEO?
And I think Michael should speak to enforcement, as that's his area of responsibility, and he's had some further conversations about that. So Michael, if you can just.
I can speak to it. However, because the enforcement aspects can involve prosecution, they'd be litigation. And I don't know how you want to proceed with that discussion.
Okay. Well, I can just simply say that the municipal bylaws are enforced by municipal staff. In my experience, in other places where there were municipal bylaws that you wanted the police to enforce on your behalf, that there was some agreement in place to facilitate that.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much for that. Any further questions to that point? Okay, so that will be coming forward. So like I said, I have a motion here moved by Councillor Patterson, second by Councillor Robinson with regards to the report from Savannah. Any further comments? Hearing none. Any opposition to this motion? That is carried. All right. So we are, I'm looking at my phone here and we're almost 12:30. So Madam Clerk, should you just we come back at 1 o'clock? Is that what you would suggest?
Yes, that would be fine. I think Rob has indicated because it's going to be a shorter break than first anticipated, he will be leaving the live stream running. So just for council's awareness.
So set your video and your audio off. And so we'll recess at this time and we will come back at 1 o'clock sharp. Bye for now. Everybody get the food out of your mouth and and all that stuff. So we'll have, I'm sure there's a few video bloopers that we'll have throughout our meeting, no doubt. Madam Clerk, status on everybody?
We have 11 showing right now.
Okay. So we did say we would go back at 1 o'clock. So we keep things moving along. I guess we have quorum. So why don't we move along? Get my notes here.
Okay.
So our next report is with regards to Housing Service Act regulations change. And this is Anne Marie. And we have it moved by Councillor Soever and second by Councillor Mackey. So welcome, Anne Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. This report is basically to introduce a couple of changes that are happening within the Housing Services Act that will affect some of our tenants or applicants. The one is the change in offers. There used to be, well, there still is until July 1st. If a applicant refuses an offer of housing, they can do that 3 times. We have a procedure that we had to put in place as a local rule, stating that we would offer an applicant 3 choices of housing. That is now being changed by the province, that it will be 1 offer of housing. The offer of housing has to meet the occupancy standards. So in other words, it has to be an appropriate offer, and it has to be somewhere that the household has expressed a preference to live. One of the reasons I think that this is happening is that often tenants or applicants will put themselves on every list right across the county, but their family and their supports, excuse me, are in Owen Sound, and they've put Dundalk on their list. So they refuse, and often it takes time to contact the person, to put the offer out there, to get the information back. So it does hold up the offer process. It also will give us a better idea of where our housing needs actually are, if we have people that are applying to the places that they really need or where they really need to be. We do also have the ability to put in extenuating circumstances. So if a person cannot accept that offer of housing because of hospitalization or safety or medical needs or something like that, we can consider it a non-offer. The other change is a simplification to our calculating rent. Right now, our process for calculating rent is very long and lots of rules. What they are doing now is they've just simplified it so that we're using the adjusted net family income on their notice of assessment. And so that will make it a lot easier for us to explain to the tenant and a lot easier for us to process. We have been proactive in the past few years in setting up tax clinics within our buildings so that people have access to them. Certainly knowing that this was coming, but also because there are many advantages for people to do their taxes when it comes to rebates from the province. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Sorry about that. I was on mute. My kids are at home eating lunch. So Councillor Mackey, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Warden. Thanks, Anne Marie. Will this help alleviate the wait times at all? And can you just explain to County Council what the wait times are for families and for single residents, please?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Warden. Wait times right now, we do have around 800 residents of Grey County on our wait list. The wait times vary. If a family is looking for housing in Hanover, because there's only 8 family units, it might be a longer wait if they're looking in Owen Sound. Also, some of our outlying areas like Flesherton, Holstein do tend to have a smaller wait list than Owen Sound, Hanover, Meaford, some of our larger areas. But what this will do is it will limit that time from when a person moves out to moving in. So for instance, we could sometimes go through 3 or 4 offers of housing, 3 or 4 or 5, even 6 people before we find someone that actually takes it. One reason is that we do have a lot of people, about 30% of our wait list is from out of Grey County. And we know that when we're offering someone in Hamilton or Peel that they've ended up on our list for some reason. And it just makes it easier now for us to get through some of those. Also, and I understand why people are in need of housing, so they will put their name on every list. Meanwhile, they really, when they think about it, only want to live in Hanover or Durham or something like that. So it certainly will help streamline.
Okay, thanks, Anne Marie, and thanks for that report. I was on mute there a few minutes ago. So, you have a follow-up on that, Scott? Did you want to speak to that again?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Warden. Anne Marie, what is the current wait time for single individuals requesting?
Again, it depends on where. If they were looking at maybe Flesherton or Holstein, it might be less than a year. If they're looking for Owen Sound, Hanover, it's probably more around that 3-year mark.
Sorry, 3 years?
Yes. Yeah. In saying that, we're hoping that we do have more housing coming available, so hopefully we'll be able to lessen that in the next couple of years. But yeah, 3 years. Comparatively for Ontario, it's not actually a bad wait time. Cities, you're up to 10 to 15 years in some places.
Wow.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Other questions? Madam Clerk, anything?
No, I don't see anything.
Okay, thank you. So again, that has been moved and seconded. Is there any opposition to that motion? Hearing none, that is carried. Thanks, Anne Marie. And the next one is the short-term construction loan. And again, this is also your report, and this has been moved by Councillor Boddy and Councillor Woodbury. Go ahead, Anne Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. This is a request from Owen Sound Housing Corporation. Owen Sound Housing Corporation have been constructing and operating social housing and affordable housing for over 60 years. They currently have 256 townhomes and apartment units. They have successfully done a number of builds with us. They did in 2016 answer an expression of interest in order to complete a 90 plus unit build of affordable housing, a mix of affordable and market units. In 2018, they successfully completed 28 units of housing, 8 more units in 2019. And then at the end of 2019, beginning of 2020, we're successful in obtaining a grant from the government through the Canada-Ontario Community Housing Initiative, and this initiative is for community housing providers only, to do phase 3. And phase 3 is a 59-unit apartment building of affordable and mixed, 43 of which the units are affordable and 16 are at market rent. They're predicting that the total build, it will be approximately $13 million. They received $6.2 million from the province. And so they have approached the City of Owen Sound and the county to provide a short-term loan for the remaining funds, or most of the remaining funds. The way it would look is that they do receive 50% of the provincial funds at signing the agreement, so that has already been received. Then 40% of the funds are flowed at structural, when structural completion is at. So technically our funds, county funds, would probably not be needed until around March or April of 2021, into probably about 9 or 10 months into the build. And they are asking for $3.25 million. I did talk with Michael Letourneau about registering the mortgage. So we would put a charge on the mortgage in order to secure the funds. We also have other remedies that we could put in place in an agreement with them to secure the funds. So looking that, if we would have no obligation to make an advance of the funds if they weren't that far on in construction. So we would set a timeline of when those funds would be provided from us. We also, because we support and fund Owen Sound Municipal Housing under the Housing Services Act, there are a number of remedies under that act that we as a service manager could also enact if we felt there was risk. So just trying to alleviate some of that risk management. Financially, I did, in consultation with Director Wepler, we looked at the funds would be coming from reserve, and that we would be looking at a 2% interest, and that would result in about $5,415 in investment income per month for the county. One of the reasons that they are coming to the county is that there already is a registered mortgage on title. So on the lands, because this is the third phase, actually there's 2 mortgages already. So they were not a candidate for Infrastructure Ontario, and the process to go through a bank is quite expensive. So that's the reasoning for their request. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Well, thanks, Anne-Marie, and great rendition of the picture at the bottom of your report. That shows a great building, and this is great news. I don't know, Councillor Boddy, do you have anything to add? I know you moved this, and I know you're the mayor of Owen Sound. Do you have anything to add or questions to this report?
No, just that the Housing Authority was set up years ago by Eddie Sargent when they maybe legally wasn't allowed to. They're trying to find a way at that point to get grants, so they incorporated. They've been doing great work, very, very good board. Former Mayor Ruth Lovell Stanners is involved. I think Arlene Wright's involved. Al Barfoot's involved. So good board that's moving ahead and doing good work. So we've already supported it from the city point of view. It's important stuff to get done. Yep.
Absolutely. And good comments there. Are there any questions to Anne-Marie with your report from county councillors? Anything, Madam Clerk?
Nothing that I can see.
All right. So then again, that's been moved. And anybody opposed to this resolution? Hearing none, that is carried. Thanks again, Anne-Marie.
Thank you.
So moving on then to our next item then is our transportation update, community transportation update. And this has been moved by Councillor Seweber and Councillor Millen, and Stephanie Stewart is going to speak to this report. So welcome, Stephanie.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Good afternoon, Council. I'm here today to provide you with an update on the Grey Transit project and the new realities that transit agencies are faced with as a result of COVID-19. Originally in April, I had planned to present to you a detailed report outlining 3 options with varying levels of service and financial impact. As that report did not proceed, I've attached it as an appendix. There are an error in the appendix. However, all of those will be corrected if the project continues to move forward. As the Economic Development Report on today's agenda shows, the COVID-19 pandemic has had a significant impact on our economy. We don't have a timeline for when things will return to normal. Healthy and safety considerations for all businesses, including transit agencies, are significant. No large capital investments have been made in this project yet, as the transit vehicles have not been purchased. We need to decide now if this is the right time to move ahead with this service. At this time, what we know for sure is affordable, convenient, reliable transit was a significant need in Grey County prior to the pandemic happening. We don't know now if or how much that might have changed. A lack of affordable transportation is a barrier in Grey County for people getting to jobs, to school, and for social connection. In order to provide a Grey transit route that is valuable and useful to many people, additional dollars will be needed. Once the grant funds are exhausted, there is no commitment for further dollars at this time. Fare revenues will only ever cover a small portion of the costs running of the system. As a result of COVID and the social distancing requirements, buses will not be able to carry as many passengers, and ridership will be reduced from what was anticipated, as many riders may fear riding on public transit. The cost to operate the system will increase as additional safety precautions will need to be accounted for. We can try to make the buses safer and address fear by taking additional precautions, and those precautions may include providing adequate PPE for staff, regular deep cleaning and disinfection of public transit vehicles, workplaces, stations, ticketing devices, poles, and seats, making disinfectant dispensers accessible for workers and riders, and limiting the interaction of the drivers and passengers, so allowing no ticket sales on the bus and allowing for the driver to have a plastic sheet so that way they don't have to interact exactly with the passengers. Additionally, we can reduce the rider capacity to ensure physical distancing and allowing for adequate cleaning during peak times. Today, Council, I'm seeking your direction on how you would like to proceed. Do you want to move forward now, or should we continue to wait for additional information from MTO? They may offer a deferral program, but at this time I have no certainty. If County Council would like to begin operating a transit system this fall, what I need to know is the level of service you'd like to deliver, how we plan on funding this initiative, and then I will place the order for the buses. Are there any questions for me?
Thanks, Savannah, and you certainly had a good report there, along with a lot of good questions. And I don't know, before I go to Council, Madam CEO, do you have anything to add on how we sort of sort through this in a sense, or your suggestions also?
I think we are in such an unprecedented situation here, and we just want to proceed with an abundance of caution. Our agreement with the province under community transportation, that the requirement there was that we have an operating transportation system in August. So that's the deadline that we're running up against, is that we know that the lead time once we order the buses was originally anticipated to be about 2 months. So even if we ordered the buses today, we would be running up hard against that August requirement. I think that MTO would certainly provide some extension to that, but they weren't at the staff level, they weren't in a position to speak on behalf of the minister as to where they intend to go with this. I can't help but think that we're not the only ones who are struggling with this. So the question is, do we want to take a pause on this and assume that the province will be providing some further guidance and a longer term extension for us, that we still have access to the funds and can simply pick up the work that's gone on in the future when it's appropriate to do so? Stephanie didn't mention it specifically, but we did have a conversation, or she had a conversation with Uber. So there are other, potential transportation solutions that we might further investigate here, which we could certainly do in the interim while we were waiting for MTO to provide direction to us. If council had a chance to look at the numbers in that appendix, you can see where we're going with this, that, you know, even with what we know right now, we're looking at something north of $1 million a year to operate a system. And it's very interesting to me that as you move through the levels of service, the money doesn't change as significantly as you move up to providing more service. There's kind of a base cost of showing up, if I can call it like that. There's really a foundational investment that's required no matter what you do by getting into the service. But then after that, it's really an incremental investment that allows you to improve the level of service, perhaps to a place where people would benefit. It's just very challenging to know what the public's behavior will be, and for the foreseeable future.
Okay, well, thank you, Madam CEO. And if we took a month's pause and had communication with the MTO, you're saying it's 2 months wait, so that would mean September. And if school's back and things are moving around, maybe that's a good, you know, if we were looking at going September, but then who knows? And I guess a question to Councillor Boddy, are you still running transit in Owen Sound, and how is that working, and what's your ridership like, or are you able to comment to that, or maybe Councillor O'Leary, just to get some idea of what other systems are working? I don't know if those two would like to.
We continue to run our buses. We've limited it to 6 persons on at any one time. We waive fees. They're just going back in. We have had usage. There's a lot of people within Owen Sound that needed to get to groceries, to get to doctors, etc. So it's been working. We did have to fix the buses so that the bus drivers had plexiglass, were kind of protected. We have not gone ahead as of yet with the Highway 6, or maybe we have. Geez, I don't even know. No, I don't think we have with the Highway 6 route.
Thank you for that, Councillor Boddy, and that just gives us a bit of an idea how somebody else has been dealing with it. Councillor Mackey, I think you showed indication you wish to speak.
Thanks, Mr. Warden. I certainly think we should pause right now. Both Councillor Woodbury and myself sit on the SMART board, and over the last 60 days, SMART had seen an 80% reduction in the number of rides that they were providing. Now that number is starting to go back up now as we speak, as the hospitals open up their or expand the level of service that they're providing. Certainly a lot of the trips that Specialized Mobility provides are to medical situations. Bruce County is, I believe in the last month, has just struck a transportation task force. And there's a number of municipalities over there that I think want to reach out to Grey County and look at transit as a regional transit, not just Grey County, not just Bruce. I think there's a belief that, doing it together, we share a common border, and lots of our residents, there's no real boundary between Grey and Bruce. So I think there's merit in maybe speaking with Bruce County and becoming involved somehow with that task force. So we look at a regional approach to transport. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other
Mr. Warden,
comments?
we
Yes.
have a few. So we have Councillor Desai,
Yep.
Councillor Millen, and
Yes.
Councillor O'Leary,
Okay, thank you
and
for that.
Councillor Hicks.
Okay, thank you for that, Madam Clerk. That helps. Okay, we'll move quickly. Councillor Desai.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. A couple of questions, maybe an observation in there as well. So my first question was with regards to delaying the launch or delaying a decision on this item until we've heard back from the MTO. We know our staff has been talking to them already, and this isn't something that's unique to Grey County. I'm certain every other recipient for this grant is facing similar issues, has similar questions. And so it would be wise, in my opinion, to wait until the MTO has provided some formal communication around this and the future of this grant before we go ahead and make a decision today. The other question that was raised as well was with regards to consumer confidence in a transit system. Councillor Soever mentioned this morning that there was a person in, and I can't remember if he mentioned the township, but who was uncomfortable when someone walked up to them. In a transit situation, that happens quite often. So I don't think consumer confidence in a transit system, in a public transit system, will necessarily recover. It will remain low until a vaccine has been developed for COVID-19. And so my question, or I guess a question for debate, is really, should we be delaying the launch of the system until a vaccine has been released and you know, it's being used widely in the community? Thank you, Mr. Warden.
You're quite welcome, Councillor Desai. You bring good points, and that's the million-dollar question: is how long can we have that conversation with MTO? Councillor Millen.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and I apologize. My internet connection here does not like rain, and it's raining here now, so it's getting a little bit sketchy. But nonetheless, I think we should be delaying further until we hear from the MTO.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, we have Councillor O'Leary next.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I would agree that we should pause, but should we put a time limit on it? Like, should we pause for a month at a time? And then would we be able to extend that every time it comes up, sort of?
So just going to Madam CEO, is that an option, Madam CEO? We sort of address this every month and see where things are at in the sense of from the province and other aspects, Madam CEO?
If that's the direction that council wishes to take, that we pause, I think the prudent thing to do would be to communicate that to MTO and to, you know, be very transparent with them as to what the timelines are that we're working with, and see if that can't help to get information out of them a little bit more quickly. There are, as has been pointed out, a number of other municipalities that are also recipients of this grant who also hadn't begun their journey yet. I think Stephanie could certainly reach out to that group of folks, perhaps with a number of us coming together and speaking with one voice to MTO. That might facilitate a decision more quickly. So certainly, I think we could work away at this and hope to have something for the second meeting in June as a time to provide an update to council.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I got a couple other people.
Just to follow up, Mr. Warden, if I could.
Yep, go ahead.
I just wanted. I'm just wondering if we did something indefinitely, and then the CAO could bring it back, you know, whenever that is. Like, if we are going to pause, rather than put a time on it, if we just say, well, we'll pause it indefinitely, and then she can bring it back to council when the time is right. Just a suggestion.
Yeah, we can wrap that up at the end of everybody's comments here, Councillor Ree. It's a good point. I just want to get through the other ones, and then we'll come back to that. Deputy Warden, Councillor Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I too am supportive of a pause. I would, though, be very interested to hear from Barb Feedy, and specifically from the Poverty Task Force, about what the needs are there as well, and perhaps they can take some time to get that feedback. Because I'm thinking, you know, just a few months ago, transportation and affordable housing were sort of our top priorities, and now we're looking at pausing, and it may actually be a part of our plan for a comeback. So I just think it's appropriate that we pause, I think, temporarily, and get some additional information about can we move that deadline from August to September or October, or is August still a hard deadline? Because I would hate to lose the momentum that we picked up on on a file that was supposed to be a high priority for our county.
Okay, well, thank you for those comments. And you know, that part of that, what the report comes back in June could have a number of options or whatever. And you mentioned Uber. I think there has to be a conversation with MTO, and maybe we even delay it to the point of the virtual meeting at AMO conference, or that we have a delegation as well, right? Madam Clerk, was there anybody else? I thought I saw Councillor Robinson. Is there
Councillor Robinson? Yes, Councillor Robinson.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I appreciate that. I am supportive of the delay for the month, or the pause as we're describing it. But I would also like to draw County Council's attention to the recommendations contained in the staff report. And I'm wondering if at our June meeting, we could entertain discussion on the item 2, County Council provide direction on transportation schedule and required investment, and also on the potential for implementing service on Grey Road 4, whether that's a phase in after the initial phases are completed. So there's a few things I believe that County Council needs to make decisions on. And I would suggest that June would be an opportunity to have those discussions and decisions. Notwithstanding, we need more information from MTO in terms of how long this pause could actually take place. Thank you.
Right.
Mrs.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, go ahead.
I have the CAO and Councillor Desai.
Okay, Madam CEO.
I think in that I have a call with Sandra, the new CAO in Bruce, tomorrow morning. I will include the transit discussion in that agenda with her. So maybe at the time that we come back, we'll be in a position to, have an update with regard to what Bruce is doing and whether there's some potential to, some leverage, some economies of scale that way, as well as Councillor Mackey's pointed out.
Okay. Thank you for that. Councillor Desai.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I take Councillor Hicks and his statements quite well there. And I agree that affordable housing and transportation was a huge priority for us a few months ago. Unfortunately, we've had to readjust our priorities because of COVID-19. And I think had we not been affected by this, by the pandemic, and if we lived in that ideal world where business is going on as usual, we would still be gunning really hard for both of those issues. Unfortunately, we've had to adjust our priorities. Further, I think another reason, another argument in favor of postponing a decision on this item today, and also considering an extension on the launch of it, is one of our biggest demographics that was going to be using the transit system was people whose jobs, or who were able to find jobs, but they were away from the affordable housing that they were able to find. So it's one of the main purposes was to connect the job market and the affordable housing market. And with the businesses in sort of the flux that they are right now, we wouldn't have that ridership. I would hate to have our transit system fail due to this pandemic happening and us not getting accurate results on the pilot project. And I think we should be quite aware of that with the pandemic still going on and still in as much of a force as it is, we will notice a decrease in ridership. And again, as it was mentioned previously, consumer confidence will take some time to return, and it would be something like a vaccine and the wide availability of that vaccine before consumer confidence returns for public transit systems.
Very, very good comments. Stephanie, do you have any, are you getting a bit of a direction here, or do you need it more formulated? What you're hearing all the comments?
Yes, thank you, Warden. Yes, I've heard all the comments, so I will work with Kim to speak to MTO and to Bruce County to get some further direction and clarification on how long and how far we can postpone this project. When I spoke with MTO staff, they said, of course, they were more in favor of us postponing rather than canceling, because of course they would like to see this initiative go ahead, and they see the value in transit in Gray as well. So yeah, Kim and I will have those conversations. I understand the direction, and I will come back in June with some more details.
Thank you for that. Yes, Madam Clerk.
I think we need to just formalize that direction in that that maybe the community transportation project be deferred until the end of June with a report coming back, the second meeting in June, if that's the wish of council. I've also heard until conversations occur with MTO, so I'm just looking for just a bit of formal direction from council on what they wish to do so that we can have that in the minutes.
So this was actually moved by Councilor Soever and Councilor Millen. I don't know if those mover and seconder would like to add a little bit more to this motion. Councilor Soever or Councilor Millen?
I'm fine with the changes that have come back as a report at the end of June.
Okay, Councilor Millen?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay, does that give you enough direction, Madam Clerk?
Yes, that's a good amendment. So we can vote on the amendment then, and then we'll just vote on the main motion.
Okay, so does Councilor Soever and Councilor Millen support that amendment as mover and seconders?
Yes.
Sure. Yep.
Okay. Any discussion on that amendment? Seeing none. Seeing anybody opposed? That's carried. Okay, so that gives some direction to that motion. Now, the original motion again is moved by Councilor Soever and Councilor Millen. Any discussion? Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. There you go, Stephanie. And Madam CEO.
Thank you.
Okay, so moving on then. With regards to the Enhanced Fire Radio Communication RFP, and this is moved by Councilor Woodbury and Councilor Robinson. And Madam CEO, I think you were going to speak to this.
I will. Thank you, Mr. Warden. The last time we spoke on this topic, we had laid out for you the findings of our consultant, Dan Pearlstein, with regard to the state of fire communications and what would be required to improve those from a life safety and just general communication, especially in mutual aid situations. Council asked that we proceed with an RFP at that time and come back with a report. So that's what you have before you today. We had 2 respondents to the RFP, and our request is that council support the award of the project to Telequip Systems in the amount of $1.619 million. Those funds would come from the Municipal Modernization Grant funding that Grey County received about 18 months ago, and the remainder of the project costs from our connected county reserves. I'm proposing here a 2-step process. This is a 10-year project, really, to establish, repurpose, provide new mobile and new radios, new pagers, new infrastructure as far as towers, antennas, vehicle repeaters, etc. And the estimated life of all of that equipment is in excess of 10 years. With any project like this, there are ongoing costs. The rental of some of those tower sites that the county does not already control, the need to have back-end administrations, moves, adds, changes as people come into or leave from the system, and radios or pagers need to be reprogrammed. So there's some ongoing costs with this. So what I'm suggesting in this report, if council approves this in principle, then I will seek approval from each of the member municipalities who intend to participate in this project to ensure that they're comfortable with the ongoing administration costs. Now, the administration costs at this point are about half of what we originally anticipated. So some of the money is front-ended here, and we got a fairly competitive bid. But I need each of the member municipalities to confirm that they're comfortable with this, that they intend to participate in the project, and that they're in agreement with a governance model that gives everybody a voice at the table going forward. With those two things, your support today and the support of the member municipalities, then we can negotiate an agreement with Telequip for the amount of their bid, and some timelines, et cetera, to get this project completed. It does require some negotiation with Industry Canada with regard to frequencies in that. So, you know, it's not, we won't be able to start immediately, but the negotiations which have, I think, at least been initiated, we can get those things started and begin moving forward. There's lots of detail here, but in the report, I'm happy to answer any specific questions that anybody might have about this.
Okay, thank you, Madam CAO. And are there questions? People wish to speak.
Councillor Soever, Councillor Keaveney.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Soever.
Yes, I think this is an important project. However, I have a philosophical issue here, is that we are now moving into funding capital for fire departments in the lower tier. And, you know, certainly we all have capital needs. And one we see coming up is a need for a $2 million ladder truck and bumper unit. So, you know, the question is, should we not have made a decision already to fund fire department capital, if that's where we want to go, rather than do this one-off? Because I know Owen Sound as well, you know, they have a very modern fire department, and you know, there's huge capital costs. And I don't, like, we upgraded our communications system about 2013, I believe. And you know, we're dispatched out of Barrie, and our chief has said our position all along is that we don't need this, yet it's being done out of county funds, of which we you know, are a big participant now. So our chief's position is that we're not going to participate because it just doesn't add anything to what we've already done. And so I'm not going to vote against it, because I think it is valuable to those smaller communities that haven't upgraded yet and are way behind in terms of public safety. So, but, you know, and we're happy to help out there. But, you know, I think we do have to look at service delivery and not look at these things on a one-off basis, because, I mean, we are now funding something that, under the way the county operates, is a lower tier responsibility.
Mr. Warden?
Yeah, so go ahead, Kim. I just had to take myself off mute. If you can answer some of those comments there.
Well, I think this initiative was brought forward to us by the fire chiefs, really as a life safety challenge that they were facing. What this project provides is paging to get firefighters to the scene from anywhere across the entire county. And that ability does not currently exist. And as the makeup of our communities changes, we don't have the same thing where people were working on their farms or in their local business and might be right adjacent to the hall and able to get there quickly. So we needed to improve the paging. The other part of this is improved communication with dispatch and with other fire services in mutual aid events. I understand that there was an event recently where that communication simply on the radio simply wasn't there, and they had to default to talking to each other on cell phones, which in a true emergency would not be a reliable form of communication. And, you know, probably Councillor Woodbury can make more comments about that than I am. This was a one-time thing to bring everybody up to a single standard so that that communication again would be facilitated and effective. This wasn't a project that could really be done effectively in a piecemeal manner, and I think that's what Consultant Pearlstein's report to council earlier reflected. So that's what's brought us here today. Town of Blue Mountains has been clear from the beginning that they did not wish to participate in the project, and the other municipalities, how the back-end administration costs are being distributed is on a per radio basis. That includes the 280 radios that are the responsibility of the other 8 municipalities.
Okay, thank you, Madam CEO. Do you have a follow-up, Councilor Swever, or just before I move on?
No, that's yeah. Our position has always been that, you know, we can communicate, and we put communications infrastructure in place, and we haven't had any issues. So I see from my chief here, I'm looking at the memo right now, is that we paid $74,000 to upgrade our system in 2013, and you know, and there's about a $10,000 a year in terms of maintenance and administration on that. So I think, you know, we've got a very efficient system that works for us, and you know, so we don't.
Okay, thank you for those comments. And now, Councillor Keaveney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden, and I appreciate the comments of Councillor Swever. Meaford is very much in favor, though, of moving forward with this project. We were part of the incident that our CIO mentioned just a few minutes ago, so our fire chief is very supportive. If I could just ask for some clarification. So, Kim, you will speak to all of the municipalities and confirm their desire to move forward, because our concern is that, you know, if for argument's sake, if just 4 said yes, then what does that do to the cost for those of us who are keen to move forward? So we just want to know before we commit where we are in terms of how many municipalities and what the costs are going to be for us.
Madam CEO?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Keaveney. And yes, this is premised on the participation of the 8 municipalities. If through that discussion with each of you that it's determined that people don't wish to move forward, then I think that this procurement cannot proceed, because the system itself is built with the ability to be able to communicate all across Grey County. And so if there's not a need to do that, then the whole thing would need to be re-looked at and rescaled. So when I come to speak to each of you, or when I communicate with each of you, I'm communicating with you on the premise that everybody's in. If that changes, then I will be letting you know that that's not the case and we won't go forward.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for those comments. Anybody else?
Yes, Councillor Woodbury, Mackey, and Robinson.
Okay, Councillor Woodbury, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd just like to put a little bit of a different spin on this, because I think the present situation really highlights the need, and that it is a more of a global thing. Under this pandemic, there isn't one fire department in the county that we couldn't lose, our one municipality that couldn't lose almost our entire fire department in one go through infection, which means we'd be relying on each other. If it was us and Grey Highlands was knocked down partially or busy at all, could be coming from Chatsworth, could be coming from Hanover, could be coming from anywhere. It gets very important in a big situation that the communications aren't hampered, that they don't go through anything. I have experience of evaluating large simulations one that Mississauga Fire Ambulance and Police were involved with. When they went and did this this large project, the cell towers in the area failed from overcrowding. They lost all communications with cells. We're on different radio frequencies than some of the other departments that were around, like Brampton and Oakville and Toronto. And they were communicating by people running back and forth and trading portable radios. Down there now, on the City of Toronto fire radios, you can get any department in the GTA and monitor it. And monitoring it, not even responding, monitoring it is a huge thing. If there's something major going on, say in Owen Sound, we can monitor it from down here on the radio. And then our chief could be more in tune of if we are going to have to move up slightly, things like that. That's where I think, it is a bigger picture than each municipality. And thank you, Kim, for coordinating this, because we've lobbied from the south end, from our union down there, for over 25 years for the fire marshal's office to make a stand and have this not just county-wide or a couple of cities-wide, but province-wide, so that things can happen. When you get into some of the emergency plans, I've been up from the lower end of Etobicoke to Orangeville to stand by in a fire truck. So you can travel a long distance with these. Our ambulance is all through one set. Police, although there's the different departments, can communicate with each other. So I'm very much in support of this. I think this is different than buying individual trucks and things like that. So yeah, very much in support. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councillor Woodbury, and a lot of good, interesting points that you make there. Certainly, Councillor Mackey, you're next then.
Thank you, Warden, and I certainly support this initiative and the work that's been done so far. Firefighter and life safety are paramount, and most of our departments now have mutual aid or automatic aid. Certainly mutual aid, but a lot of them have automatic aid. I know we have automatic aid agreements with Meaford and with Georgian Bluffs, and we're working on one with Chesley and one with Grey Highlands, so that when there is a fire call, the other departments automatically are dispatched and then returned if they're not needed. So, communication between the departments is, absolutely necessary. I've certainly witnessed situations where you had firefighters inside a house, and communication is essential and needs to be continual. If a page goes off, then you lose communication, and all you're hearing is that other page. So those, minutes that you can lose communication, you can't justify, and someone could die very easily. So I certainly support this, and I think it's great for the entire county, because we do rely on one another as fire service. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. And Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and through you. This certainly is a collaborative approach involving all of our Grey County member municipality fire departments to enhance the safety of our firefighters and the overall improvement of radio communications. And one thing that I think is really important, just by way of an example, is the avoidance of talkovers on a radio channel. So that certainly would be an improvement. Dedicated radio communication infrastructure for Grey County for fire departments, I think, is essential. And I do applaud our Grey County CAO and our fire chiefs in throughout Grey County for this initiative. And as identified through seconding this motion, I am supportive of it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Robinson, and a lot of good comments. Are there any other further comments from anyone, or Madam Clerk?
I don't see any more.
Okay, and I think going back to what Councillor Suever was saying is, I think he's also supporting it. It was just the function of how you're funding it was more his debate, for sure. Okay, seeing there's no other comments there, so the motion there, is there anybody opposed to this motion? Hearing none, that is carried. Thank you. So going on to the next one then, emergency childcare, and it's been moved by Councillor Keaveney and seconded by Councillor Schweber. And Barb, you're going to speak to this.
Good afternoon, Mr. Warden and County Council. I feel like it's been a long time since I've had a chance to connect with you folks. I wanted to talk to you today about the emergency childcare provision that we're working through. As you know, during these COVID procedures, we have been on notice of emergency orders to close our childcares and our early on centers. Just Wednesday, we had an extension to that. We now are closed through to June the 9th. However, outside of that, there has been some work, you've probably heard, across the province to provide some emergency childcare for essential services workers. Today, I have the childcare manager, Tara Cockrell, along with me on the session, in case there's some information you're looking for that's very specific and I'm not able to provide. So what we wanted to do was just give you a bit of background as where Grey County is at. Recognizing that this is a challenging endeavor for us. We know that we've been working in tandem with public health and our ministry program supervisors to move forward a plan. We submitted our plan a couple weeks ago to the public health unit for approval. We had 3 components within that plan, and they included center-based childcare. So pre-COVID, we had many centers open within the County of Grey. And one of our options for emergency childcare for essential workers was the center-based care model. A second was licensed home childcare. We also have many home childcare centers that, home childcare providers that we license through the County of Grey. And a third was in-home childcare services, where an approved childcare provider would go into a family's home. So when that plan went through to the health unit, Dr. Era approved the 2 home childcare scenarios. He's not prepared at this time to support the center-based care. And just as an aside, we've been paying attention closely to what's been happening across the province in some of those centers. And it's unfortunate that when there is a test that comes positive, it really does have a huge impact on the families that are there, the children that are there, and the social distancing and isolation that needs to occur as after the fact. So we do also think that this is the model that will support us. We have now submitted it and received it back from the ministry as approved as well, and are continuing to move through to the launch. We have some interested providers. We have folks who are currently care providers with the County of Grey, and we've been working through the agreement with our legal folks, insurance folks, to make sure that we mitigate as many risks as possible. The numbers for care would be decreased. Certainly the ratios can't be what they were prior to COVID responses. And of course, the challenges to providing care for small children and keeping people safe and social distancing, cleaning, the PPE needs for the families, for the parents, screening procedures, all of those policies are in development. And so today, what I really just wanted to do was update you and ask if you had any questions, any concerns with the work that we're doing, and advise that we know that there's a need. We have been hearing from community, and we also know that we're not going to be able to fill that need. We don't have the capacity, but we will be able to offer some resources for some families.
Thanks, Barb and Tara, for being on the call. Certainly, that is a big concern for working people with young families, for sure. Are there any questions or comments from County Council? Madam Clerk? No?
No, I'm not seeing anything. Oh,
okay,
well, Councillor Millen.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Millen. Councillor Millen? You must be on mute, Councillor Millen. Or maybe that's that rain. There you are.
How's that?
Better.
That work?
That works.
All right. Hi, Barb. It's nice to see you too.
Thank you, Brian.
Is there a way to prioritize what essential workers might have access to this service? Or how's that going to work?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Warden. Brian, we do have a scale that we're working with based on what other options those families do have. One of the challenges that we do have some families with 0 options. Both may be essential services workers, both parents. We may have single parents with no other options. We were sort of hoping that the province would allow for some additional relaxation of the rules that might coincide with operating some childcare, because I think if you could have a second family bubble, or you had other options where you could have perhaps hire a student to provide the care, and both of you were isolating, you'd have many more options. That hasn't happened yet. However, we do have a practice and scale in practice that we'll be adopting, and that's being worked through as well with the ministry. Again, it's prioritization of what the need is.
Thanks, Barb. Anything else, Councillor Millen?
Nope, that's good. Thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome.
Mr. Warden, I had Councillor Potter.
Councillor Potter, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Barb, it leaves me to worry about people operating illegally, basically, taking in children into their homes and being paid to care for them when they don't have proper facilities, etc. And desperate times call for desperate measures. Do you have any knowledge of that? Any impressions so far? And what can we do to enforce the regulations?
Councillor Rob, through you, Mr. Warden. That is a concern of ours too, Rob. It really is. We were concerned about that before COVID. That there is a quality childcare for a reason. We have regular inspections with our licensed providers. We provide them with resources. We have a high level of expectation, and of course a higher level at this point with COVID requirements. So we're hearing that across the province, and we're staying very closely in tune with what the ministry is working towards. It's interesting because both the childcare programs and the education programs in the schools both run under the Ministry of Education, but we're starting to see some carving off of childcare as an economic development driver versus the return to school and the communal setting. So it's trying to find that balance. But we do recognize that it's a challenge for families right now because they've been out of work and they need to return to work. We don't know how long the CERB is going to last for. Those benefits that they've been supporting and sustaining themselves, as businesses start to open, they're going to call back those employees. And it's interesting to hear your discussions about the transportation earlier, because I certainly can understand the conundrum, but those transportation concerns and the childcare concerns and the housing concerns, the access to food, those kinds of concerns are always going to be there for our vulnerable populations. So we're trying to stay in touch with the folks that provide the services, the folks that monitor the services, and those that fund it from the province. We're getting great guidance. We are on so many of these Zoom calls weekly, daily, I would say, just to be sure that we're staying abreast of all the changes, and we are informing from the rural perspective, because we don't have that capacity where we have the urban base where there are more resources and more folks to support us. So what I would say is that it's definitely a top priority, and we're staying very close to the issue.
Thanks, Barb. Any further questions to Barb or her colleague? I guess just a quick question, Barb. Is it 12 and under that needs childcare? Age 12 and under?
I'm going to defer that to Tara. I want to say 12 and under, but I've got to make sure I go to the expert for that. Tara, are you available to answer that question?
Yes, that is correct. The 12 and unders are eligible for licensed childcare.
Right. So that can take in a lot of kids. That's all, so
yes.
Sure. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I have the resolutions on the floor. Any further comments? Hearing none. Any opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Okay, thank you. And thanks to Barb and Tara for part of your input here today.
Thanks very much.
So going back to now our consent agenda, there was a few items that were pulled, right, Madam Clerk?
That is correct. Item C, D, and F.
Yeah, so we have 2 C and F, and then there's 2 on D. Okay, so going back into item C, Councilor Weber, you had pulled this from the consent agenda, and the floor is yours, Councilor Weber.
I'm sorry, Mr. Warden, we do need the resolution moved before we can discuss it.
Oh, okay. So I presume, Councilor Weber, you're moving the resolution?
I'm sorry.
Oh. Councilor Weber.
Yes.
Okay, do I have a seconder?
Move.
To put it on the floor. Councilor Potter. Okay, there we go. So thanks for that, Madam Clerk. So the floor is yours, Councilor Weber.
Okay, this issue concerns the closing of County Road 91 and the construction of reconstruction of Side Road 2627 in Clearview Township. And last year, we directed staff to file a letter with the Niagara Escarpment Commission, voicing our concerns that there had been not enough environmental assessment done, that it was the wrong class of EA, which was, the Clearview was saying it was an A+, because county did send a letter to the commission saying that we would like to see it upgraded to a class C. We at the town of Blue Mountains did actually file a formal Part 2 order request. Of course, in the intervening period, the More Homes, More Choice Act was proclaimed, and we did get a letter from the minister the other day at the town of Blue Mountains saying that they can't consider our request because the new act is in, and that they have reviewed and they agree with Clearview that it's a class A+. We will be, as the town of Blue Mountains, wanting to reach out to the minister to understand the rationale for that, because clearly under the definitions, the class A+ is limited to a road which is the basically the same capacity and the same use. Right now, this road is not serviced in the winter, and the proposal is to take all the traffic off 91 and basically have it move up to a capacity of what is a county road, essentially, even though it's, we did a traffic study on 31 north and south of that with the permission of the county last year, and that road, depending on how you model how many vehicles turn off to it, sees somewhere between about 1,300 and 3,400 cars a day. So this is not a underutilized road, County Road 91. The two things are inextricably linked through various agreements, the road settlement agreement and even the agreement between Grey County and Simcoe, which tie the replacement of County Road 26, Side Road 2627 with the permission to close 91 as part of the Walker Quarry site plan. So the letter we have before us asks us now to provide comments to Niagara Escarpment Commission amendments, which the lawyer for Clearview is proposing. There's 3 amendments. One is under the subsection for under 2.6, which is development affecting water resources. And what they basically want to do there is to say that the improvements have been deemed necessary in the public interest and all other alternatives have been considered. Now, looking at the history of the thing, there is very little consideration of other alternatives, but why the amendment is worded this way is to allow then if this amendment were to pass, it would set up a situation where if something is considered necessary in the public interest and all other alternatives have been considered, that means it gives you an exemption for a lot of sections of it's one of the exemptions under 2.6. And then they've done the same thing with 2.7, which relates to development affecting natural heritage, including wetlands, habitat, fish habitat, areas of natural scientific interest, significant woodlands, wildlife habitat. So what they're essentially wanting to do with these amendments is bypass the scrutiny of the Niagara Escarpment Plan. If these were allowed to pass, then basically, I think the permitting process wouldn't have a lot of legs to stand on, because you've already put in place the conditions for approval through these amendments. The county did not officially apply for a bump up of the EA to a Class C. We did that in the town of Blue Mountains, but the county supported that in their letter last year. And what I'm proposing is that we respond to the letter from the Escarpment Commission, reiterating our position from last year to say that hasn't changed and that we are opposing these amendments to the Niagara Escarpment Plan because they basically are designed to circumvent the permitting process.
So, Councillor Soever, are you making that sort of an amendment then to your motion?
Well, there was no motion. It was just this.
Well, the motion that's on the is to for information to be received. To be received. So, is this an amendment to that motion?
Yeah, I would say that we reiterate our position of last year and oppose the amendments because they're basically designed to circumvent the environmental permitting process.
Okay, so do I have a seconder for that amendment that's being suggested for over above the motion that's on the agenda?
I'll second you, that, Mr. Warden.
Okay, second by Councillor Desai. All right, so just for Madam Clerk, did you get the clarity on that amendment?
Yes, Tara's working on that right now. So we do have Kim that would like to speak, and then Councillor Hicks as well.
Okay, so while Tara's working on that, Madam CEO.
I would just like, if I may, Mr. Warden, ask Randy Schertzer to provide some comments to council.
Sure, I think he was the author of the report last year, so certainly, Randy.
Sure, thank you. So yeah, county staff presented a report back in 2019, which provided background information regarding this matter, and noted that staff would be reviewing the Niagara Escarpment Plan Amendment and would be providing comments to the commission. A copy of that staff report was included in council's background information package. County Committee of the Whole amended that motion to the staff report on May 23rd of 2019, and that was later endorsed by council on June 13, 2019. And as Council Soever indicated, the amended motion from council was essentially requested that the township of Clearview complete a level Class C environmental assessment process for the proposed reconstruction of Side Road 2627 in light of new environmental information that was gathered over the past couple of years in support of the Niagara Escarpment Plan Amendment. The motion also further recommended that the township of Clearview request that the NEC put the Niagara Escarpment Plan Amendment application on hold until that process had been completed, and that the motion and correspondence received by county related to the closure of Simcoe Road 91 and the proposed Niagara Escarpment Plan Amendment for Side Road 2627 be sent to Ministry of Environment, Conservation Parks, local members of Provincial Parliament, NEC, and County Simcoe. So comments were provided to the Niagara Escarpment Commission on May 30th, 2019, which included the amended motion as directed by council. And a copy of that was included in council's background information package. Clearview's consultant provided a response document, response to the comments the NEC received regarding the proposed Niagara Escarpment Plan amendment for the upgrades to Side Road 2627, which has been circulated by the NEC, and a copy of that response document was linked in the agenda package. As Councillor Swever indicated, the Niagara Escarpment Commission is asking if there are any further comments to submit those prior to June 8th of this year, and to also indicate whether you're in support of or opposed to the proposed Niagara Escarpment Plan amendment. As council may recall, based on the fact that the Dunchurin Quarry has already been approved by the joint board, that Simcoe County as the road authority for Simcoe Road 91 decided to transfer a portion of Simcoe Road 91 to Clearview Township, and in turn Clearview Township will sell a portion of that road to Walkers as outlined in the agreement between Simcoe, Clearview, and Walkers. Grey County has already entered into an agreement with Clearview Township and Walkers regarding the upgrades to Side Road 2627, which is the focus of this Niagara Escarpment Plan amendment application. And that ultimately it's up to the road authority to determine the appropriate EA classification for the project, which in this case is up to Clearview Township, and their consultant through the response document has confirmed that in their opinion a Schedule A+ is appropriate, and which has been confirmed through correspondence from the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks. And further, that regardless of the connection to Simcoe Road 91 closure, road authorities have the ability and responsibility for that matter to pursue upgrades to roads under their jurisdiction to address any existing deficiencies. For these reasons, county staff are recommending that a response be provided to the NEC, indicating that the county has no further comments with respect to the Niagara Escarpment Plan amendment. And as long as any potential environmental impacts are mitigated, that Grey County does not oppose the proposed Niagara Escarpment Plan amendment to upgrade Side Road 2627 in accordance with the agreement entered into by Grey County, Clearview, and Walkers.
Okay, thank you, Randy. And Councillor Hicks, I think you, Deputy Warden, you want to speak next, and then Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I think that Randy's comments answered my question. I was really looking for some clarification about what had happened in the past, what is being proposed to happen now. I understand that there's an appeal going on. They're looking to put the Niagara Escarpment Plan amendment tied into that appeal. Our comments are already in. I was seeking information about whether or not we may need to make any further comment. It strikes me that what I'm hearing from Randy is no, our comments are in, and there's no necessity for us to say anything further. The process will play itself out. So I think I have my clarification.
Okay, Councillor Hicks, Councillor Potter.
Well, I think that we are jumping the gun, frankly. We are trying to do a regional transportation study. We're trying to figure out where the road system and how the road system will work throughout Grey County, as well as with our partner or our neighboring municipalities. This is has become an important route. And for whatever reason, Clearview Township has decided to go ahead with this. It's ludicrous to suggest that these two roads are of the same capacity. We're talking about a county road being exchanged for a local road that is very steep and is not paved, and it's just not going to suit the same purpose. So I think we need to see where this road fits into the overall regional strategy before anybody can decide whether this should go ahead as planned.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Potter. Are there any other comments to the
Councillor Millen?
amendment motion?
Councillor Millen?
Okay, Councillor Millen.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Just real briefly, my opinion has not changed dramatically from what it was before. This is not our road. We are not the road authority here. and Clearview can do what they want with the road. We can comment all we want about what we think they should do, but it's their road and they can darn well do what they want with it.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Millen. Any other comments? Oh, I don't know, Councillor Desai, did you have a comment as moving the amendment or the motion on the floor?
Yes, Your Worship. I was just going to sort of go to Mr. Warden. Was just going to go towards the end there, see what everyone else had to say. The reason I'm supporting this amendment and the reason I feel we need to provide comments here and is mainly, I think the biggest reason is Grey County has created the corridor and through, I forget what the Grey County road is there that goes through there, but it's sort of linked up with County Road, with Simcoe 91. And so we had a corridor going there. And at this point, and even going back to when this issue first came forward, Walker Aggregates had expressed that they were okay with not having that portion of 91 and that they could figure out a different way to get their aggregates across. So, you know, and I remember when this first came up, one of the arguments is also with regards to emergency services and how I think at the end of the day it was the difference was it took 4 minutes longer for certain residences to be serviced, but at the end, if someone's suffering from a heart attack, 4 minutes is the difference between life and death. So I think it's while I do take Councillor Milne's comments well that, you know, this isn't our road, it does affect residents in Grey County, and as such I think we need to look out for the interests of our residents here, and which is why I'm asking that County Council support this today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments then?
Mr. Warden?
Who's speaking?
It's Mayor Swever.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councilor. I didn't quite get. Go ahead, Councilor Swever.
Okay. Yeah. So this whole thing goes all the way back to 2003, and back in 2003, there was a meeting between Simcoe and Grey County, and that was when County Road 31 was realigned. So basically, there was no County Road connection through to Singhampton and to the junction of Simcoe County Road 91, and the two counties agreed that that was a good idea because it would form another transportation link, and that was approved. Then in 2010, there was the agreement between Walkers and Simcoe County and Clearview and Grey County on this road. Now, since 2010, that's 10 years ago, the amount of traffic on that road has increased substantially, and it forms a very important east-west transportation link and an alternate route to Highway 26. And any of you have been on 26 on weekends or even most weeknights now, it's a nightmare. There's huge congestion, and so people that are coming from Barrie to Owen Sound are now taking that route into Grey County, coming across 31 up to and along 40, or using some other east-west route and working their way to communities like Meaford and Owen Sound. Including when I talked to Bill Walker, that's how Bill Walker travels on that route. So it has very important implications, and certainly we're gonna be, now it says it's defined as a Class A project. Now, when the More Choice Act was being passed, one of the concerns that was raised was people would misclassify projects and to avoid any scrutiny and pass them through. And I think this is what we're seeing here, because when you look at the definitions, the road has to be for the same purpose, use, and same capacity. if to call it a Class A plus. And certainly in this case, when you're taking somewhere between 1,300 and 3,400 vehicles off of one road and closing that and steering them onto this road, when this road is not even maintained in the winter, there's no reasonable person can agree that this is for the same purpose, use, or capacity. So I think, it's quite right to say that, this is a Clearview road, but we're having huge growth in this area, and we're having to improve the road network. And if everybody takes that attitude, I don't think Clearview has the money to build that road right now. It's a $6 to $8 million project because you're building a road on the side of a cliff. And, they also have they got their 10th line, which Google is putting people on that road to take them to the Blue Mountain Resort. I know when our new director of our housing authority, when she came for the job interview, Google put her on that road, which is a gravel road with 13 to 14 degree sections. And, and tour buses are taking that road as well now because of the congestion in Collingwood. So that's why I've been promoting a regional transportation strategy, and the government has we did have an initial meeting on the southwest one, which unfortunately stops a few hundred meters from this road at the county boundary. But the government's also going to be starting the central integrated transportation strategy. And, this whole process is trying to circumvent all that. So I think, we've got to look at these things and look to the future and come up with a plan that actually improves our transportation network rather than diminishes it.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Schweber. Madam Clerk, is there other speakers?
Yes, CAO and Councillor Body.
Can I go to Councilor Body before I go to the CAO? No, okay, Councilor Body and then the CEO.
Yeah, I hear everybody's argument, and I agree fully. That is a road that I love to use, and it doesn't make sense. However, Road 91 is gone, and by this process, we're not bringing it back. We're not forcing them to turn 26, 27 into the quality of, to the standard of 91 through this process. It would be nice if we could, but this isn't going to do it. So I'm hearing arguments that I absolutely agree with. They make sense, but really we're making arguments of why Clearview should be building the road to the standard. I don't think these really affect the NEC. Paul, you'll know better than any of us whether we should be, I think our ability to make the change is gone. I don't think we've got the legal ability to do what we want to do. And using this process isn't going to get us to where we want to go. The NEC is strictly, Niagara Escarpment, and we can't use the Niagara Escarpment to A, get them to leave 91 open, or B, get them to put 26, 27 to the same standard as 91. So I think we're kind of flogging a dead horse here, but those are my thoughts. I still honestly agree with Alar that it is an important route for us, but I just don't think this is the way we're going to get it. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Mayor Body or Councillor Body. Madam CEO. You're on mute, Kim. We love to hear what you have to say.
Only that, in a similar fashion, I think if council feels strongly that we want to see something happen with this transportation corridor, we really need to examine what that could be, because similar to this NEC amendment is not going to solve that issue, I don't think either. And so if council wishes us as staff to undertake some further investigations and come back to you with a way forward that might facilitate an outcome that would be more acceptable to everyone, we can certainly do that.
Okay, well, thanks, Kim, for those comments. My clock's going off here. Are there any other comments around the floor or around the table or around the TV screen? I'm going to maybe ask the Deputy Warden if you would take the chair, and I'd like to speak to this, if you will, Deputy Warden.
Very good. Warden McQueen?
And thank you, Deputy Warden, for allowing me to speak. This is an issue that goes back a long way, and I'll try to be as quick as I can. Obviously, Mayor whoever mentioned about in 2002, 2003, there was an agreement between Simcoe and Grey about a realignment of two county roads. Those that may remember, that county road used to go down the Prairie River Road, the Valley Road that goes through the Prairie River Parkway, certainly was not a county road. And I know Gary Shaw at the time, back in the 90s, tried to have regional meetings and but people were not interested in making that a county road. So in that agreement of 2003, certainly I think Larry Miller was the warden at the time. They crafted up an agreement between the two counties, which makes sense. No different than County Road 14 leaving Grey County into other areas or other parts, Grey Road 40, however. So then this agreement that the county did sign was done without any public consultation. It was done behind closed doors. I found out about it in February 2010. We brought it to our council, and we did not want to sign that agreement for the simple fact is you're changing a corridor with over 1,000 cars a day back in 2010 to a marginal road of 26, 27 with a no truck haul route. And we have businesses that are in Grey County that currently use that 91 for their business. And that's going to affect them in the sense of businesses that use that road today. Following from that, the agreement or the motion that Grey Highlands Council agreed to, that if you're going to replace the County Road 91, make that road equivalent to the road you're replacing. And that was paving the road. We were satisfied if they brought it up to a certain standard and paved the road. But if you see to the agreement that through Simcoe County, Grey County, and Walker signed, and Clearview, there's no guarantee that they're even going to pave the road. So how can you take the consideration of commerce leaving Grey County down a challenging side road on gravel? They did say that if they got the 400 cars a day, they would pave that road. Well, you know, on a very heavy slope road with gravel, it doesn't take long that you lose the ability to keep it smooth, and people just won't use that road. There was multiple public meetings. They went through the process. The Walker Aggregate received through the ERT, received their approval with the road haul agreement that we are speaking with. But there's been a lot of changes since then. This is 2 years in the agreement that Grey County signed. Well, since then it's 10 years, and they are using the current Grey Road 91 road, and there's also a tunnel under the road. So some of the questions would be, say, well, why do you need to close the road if now you've accommodated to allow them to expand in the expanded area from the current area? And why do you need to close the road? A lot of people have asked that question. And so other than, is it the aggregate that's in the road, that's the value. Since then, also Clearview has allowed them to use that continuing 91 as their haul route. So there's been a lot of changes from the original agreement already. Certainly going through the process, it went to the commission in 2015, and the commission turned it down 11-1. So again, that's a different process, a different body that was dealing with it. Going back to the report that was presented by Grey County last year, there was a public meeting that was held. We held it here in Grey Highlands. The county, it is referred to in the county report. A lot of concerns from a lot of people. And again, 2010, 1,000 cars a day. This is 2020, and the whole area is continuing to grow. And those that have used it, as mentioned to Councillor Boddy, it's a major thoroughfare across. And those that wish to bypass the Highway 26, which we know Highway 26 is a huge issue with regards to traffic. And that was sort of that meeting we had back in March 14th to talk about a regional transportation, where we had Southwestern region and Central region at that Zoom meeting or whatever it was to talk about that. And they were like, oh, we didn't realize that. And they made some assumptions that they didn't realize. So certainly moving forward is very important. So from that to suggest, yes, this is their particular road, but there's more to this particular road, is because it's all hinged on closing that road. It smells like a duck, it walks like a duck, it's a duck. And so I'll leave it right there. And certainly we need to support the idea. This is a major concern I think we should have for Grey County. We talk about economic development and we talk about movement of a lot of different things. There's an aggregate operation here right in Grey Highlands and Grey County that uses that corridor. Certainly there may be ways of working with all the players to upgrade that road, so they are also payers to that road as well. And I've heard that, because that's always the thing that they say, well, why is that company using our road? Well, this goes back to we all pay plate fees to ride all the roads of Ontario. So they're not our roads, they're everybody's roads. And that's where I think it's important that we have to look at the bigger picture. And I'll leave it at that. And I certainly support Madam CAO and the idea of seeing where this goes, because this is 10 years after an agreement that was signed behind closed doors.
Okay, I'll pass it back to you, Mr. Warden.
Oh, I think you hold it until this motion's dealt with, don't you, Madam Clerk? Yeah, I can't take back on this motion.
Yes, please.
Understood. All right, so Madam Clerk, do we have any other speakers on the amended motion?
We do not, but I'm wondering, Tara has drafted a motion, so I'd like, with your indulgence, for her to read that for council, and then we can proceed.
That the County of Grey reiterate its position of 2019 with respect to the Niagara Escarpment Plan amendments and the request to the Township of Clearview to complete a municipal Class C EA for Nottawasaga Side Road 2627, and that the County of Grey opposes proposed amendment to the Niagara Escarpment Plan.
Did everyone hear that? I know it was fuzzy for me near the beginning and more clear towards the end. Tara, do you want to maybe try once more and just so everybody has it clearly?
Sure. That the County of Grey reiterate its position of 2019 with respect to the Niagara Escarpment Plan amendments and the request to the Township of Clearview to complete a municipal Class C EA for the Nottawasaga Side Road 2627, and that the County of Grey opposes proposed amendment to the Niagara Escarpment Plan.
Okay, very good. Any questions from Warden McQueen?
Thank you. I just want to say that in good spirit of us, everybody, that I don't know, there could be a second amendment that would include that a meeting be set up between ourselves, the Warden of Simcoe County, the Mayor of Clearview, possibly the Mayor of Blue Mountains, and just see if there is a solution to get through this, because all we're doing is spending all kinds of money and all that stuff. Why not? We haven't had ability to have that sit down and have a conversation. Like minds sit down and they work things out. And I would like to suggest that or put that forward in the sense that get away from them and us. And, you know, I think even Councillor Millen might support this, that let's have a conversation. Let's work together to see if there is a solution that, you know, a lot of players have changed and, you know, we can spend a lot of money, you know, doing a lot of different things, but sometimes, you know, sometimes having a sit down around a table can maybe be worthwhile. I just put that out there, Mr. Chair.
So, Warden McQueen, is that just a further commentary, or are you proposing a further amendment to the amended motion?
I would ask that to be a further amendment to then maybe help build the case of the original amendment, because it's easy for us to take a stand, but if we don't sit down and have that conversation and try to work through this, then I think it sort of defeats half of what we're trying to. And I think it goes back to Councillor Boddy as, you know, if there's a way of us to talk through this and maybe come up with a solution, I think we all would agree that that's the end result. We're not looking at trying to tell them what to do at their road. It's just the overall picture. And I would certainly move that as an amendment to the amendment.
Okay, very good. I'm going to need a seconder for that.
I see Councillor
Seconded by
Potter.
Councillor Potter.
Yes, I'll be happy to second it on the basis of what I said earlier. We need a regional approach to this. This is getting in the way of the regional approach, and I think what Warden McQueen is suggesting gives us a chance to put that back on the rails.
Okay, any further discussion on the amendment to the amendment?
Mr. Deputy Warden, I
Yes.
think CAO Wingrove would like to speak as well.
Okay.
Council, the next item on our agenda was to go into close to speak about a different matter. I think there's some advice that staff would like to provide to you on this matter under a closed session thing, under litigation. So it would be my request that we go into our closed session, we provide that advice, and then we can deal with this resolution and amendments when we come out of closed. Heather, can we make that work?
Yes, so we can just note that we'll defer the discussion or the voting on the amendments until after the closed session is complete.
That would be great.
Do I need a motion to defer, Madam Clerk?
That would be appropriate, yes.
Okay. So I see Councillor Mackey with his hand up. Are you motioning, Councillor Mackey, to defer? I see a nod, yes.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am, Deputy Warden. I'm motioning. to
Seconded
defer.
by Councillor Patterson. Any discussion on the motion to defer? Anyone opposed to that motion? Then I'm going to say it's carried and we will move into closed session. Madam Clerk, what direction do you have for us?
I think we'll, Kim, I think it was your intent, we'll finish off the items under the.
Would you want to do the Great Federation of Agriculture? as the last
We have
one?
two. We still have two consent agenda items. One is the correspondence from the Grey County Federation of Agriculture, and one is from the Ontario, Western Ontario Wardens Caucus. So I think before we go into closed, we will finish both of those items off, and then we'll go into closed on both what was on the agenda and the additional related to the NEC resolution.
So I guess, Deputy Warden, I guess I'll take over at this point because they're new items.
Very good.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Deputy Warden, Councilor Dix.
Thank you.
So yes, we have the second item that was pulled from the consent agenda is certainly reiterated that the clerk had mentioned, and it was actually moved, Desai and Robinson had asked to have this to speak to. So I guess I'll go to Councilor Desai first. Oh, so we need a motion to put it on the floor.
I'll move to put it on the floor, Mr. Warden.
Okay,
I
and
will
do I have a
second it, Mr.
Councilor
Warden.
Robinson? Okay, there we go. Keeps
Thank
my
you.
clerk happy. So there, it's on the floor, and Councilor Desai, you can speak to it first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. So, having read the letter, I have no debate against it. I agree with what the letter says. My only opposition on the point of the letter is that the motion that was passed by County Council wasn't asking the province to reinstate the farm tax rebate program. Instead, what it was asking was the province to do and this is a quote, a review of the farm property tax class rate program. End quote. One of the reasons we were asking for this review is to explore other methods to deliver the program, resulting in the cost being shared by all Ontario taxpayers. Even the resolution from the Township of Mapleton doesn't ask the province to reinstate the rebate program. I myself personally, I come from a small business background, and so I understand the importance of a positive cash flow. And the intent of this motion is not to degenerate or to regress the current program. The intent, rather, is to make this fair for rural residents, including the agricultural community, by having all taxpayers in Ontario participating in an economically competitive agricultural industry. The letter from the Grey County Federation of Ag revolves around not going back to the farm tax rebate program. And so I want to reiterate once again the intent of the motion passed by this committee 2 weeks ago was not to go back to the rebate program. Over the past 2 years, this council has shown its willingness to work with our agricultural community, and I sincerely hope that we can continue to have a positive relationship with our agricultural community as we try to create a prosperous environment for all residents in the county. Thank you for letting me speak on that, Mr. Warden.
Well, thank you. And thank you for your comments. Councillor Robinson?
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I wanted to just inform Grey County Council that following our May 14th Committee of the Whole meeting that evening, we did have a Grey County Federation of Agriculture meeting. So you'll recall during our discussion of this particular motion at Committee of the Whole, I did advise that I would be bringing the matter forward to the board of Grey County Federation, of which I did. And certainly Warden McQueen was also present at that Zoom meeting. So this correspondence that we have on our agenda, or this letter, certainly speaks to the need to enable stakeholders to have the opportunity to speak during a time when an item is before us. So I do applaud Grey County Federation for quickly putting this letter forward and having it submitted for this agenda. And it's something that I just want to ensure that we have a line of communication to Grey County Federation and all of our stakeholders for different issues. And certainly there's, we need to hear what Grey County Federation and other agricultural sector organizations have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Robinson. I see Councillor Soever, or maybe there's others, Madam Clerk, but I'll take Councillor Soever right now. Go ahead.
Yes, and I think it is very important to have that communication with our farm community and to make it clear that the current way of assessing farms is obviously not working, because every year the farm organizations come back to us and ask for a lowering of the tax rate. And we're not going to see the trend in property values reverse itself, at least. I don't see it. We don't know in the post-COVID world. That I understand there are some issues on financing now. But so I think it's important. It's an important issue, and certainly it requires, a change, because and I think for the agricultural community as well. I mean, every year it comes before us. The last 2 years, the vote has been 51-39. So it wouldn't take much for the thing not to pass either. So I think our agricultural community deserves the certainty of having, a tax system that actually works and provides them with some certainty going into the future that, agriculture will be viable.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Soever. Again, this is just for receiving this information. So are there any other comments? Okay, thank you. Then seeing there's no other comments, is there any opposed to receiving this for information? Seeing none, that is carried. Okay, thank you. And next item, Councillor Soever, was yourself. You pulled the Western Ontario Wardens Caucus access to rural broadband, and you're putting that on the floor. Councillor Soever, you're on mute.
Yes.
Fortunately, you don't have a mask, so I can read your lips. So I could read your lips to say yes. And do I have a seconder? Do I have a seconder? Councillor Robinson? Okay, thank you. So go ahead, Councillor Soever.
And so on this letter, I read it with interest, and it says we support SWIFT as Southwestern Ontario's funding mechanism to advance the expansion of critical broadband infrastructure across the region. The model works. It delivers results and can be immediately leveraged to upgrade networks and coverage in our region's underserved areas. Well, I haven't seen it deliver results yet. Its projects are behind schedule. If you look back through the SWIFT budgets, in 2018, they had $80 million that was supposed to be spent on projects. Those, I assume, looking through the website, are the projects that are now scheduled for 2021. And, it's kind of distressing that it's moving so slowly. And it's not delivering. It's spending about $3 million a year every year. And you know, the first homes are gonna come on stream not till mid to end of 2021. I guess there's 2 that are early, but you know, I just saw that and it just raised questions in my mind. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other comments to that information?
Gordon?
Yes?
Just to
Who's
remind
speaking?
council that we were informed by Barry Field, the SWIFT CEO, that as soon as that communications embargo on SWIFT was lifted, that he would be in a position to make arrangements to delegate to all of you. So I think Mr. Field would be the best person to respond to exactly the quantity and quality of the projects that SWIFT's undertaken to date, and we will be making those arrangements to get him here to speak with you as quickly as we can.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Mr. Warden, I have Councillor Millen.
Councillor Millen, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and I can appreciate the frustration of the various members around the screen here. It's this afternoon now. But nobody at any time from Western Ontario Wardens Caucus or from the SWIFT organization has ever suggested anything that this would be a silver bullet or that it would be a fast silver bullet. This is a long-term project. It's going to take time. We're working with both the federal and provincial bureaucracies, and no one would accuse those 2 of being anything but slow and thorough. So I think we need to, I know we want to get this going, but we need to be a little bit patient, and it's going to happen.
Thanks, your Councillor Millen. And I know we've had I've been involved with lots of roundtables, and we're going to continue to push on better internet as time goes on for the next 10, 20, 30 years, however, right? Okay, any other comments? Any other comments here? I don't see any. All right, so if there's no other comments, then is there anybody opposed to receiving this information? Okay, 1 opposed. Did I see 1?
Yes, Councillor Potter.
Okay, okay, so 1 opposed.
However.
Okay, 2 opposed. Any other opposed? Seeing none, all in favor? Maybe, but I think that is maybe carried. Madam Clerk, you're watching
Yes.
everybody's screen, maybe, eh?
We have 2 opposed and no other opposed, so the motion would be carried.
Okay, thank you, thank you. It's hard. I got to keep flipping my screens back and forth to see everybody. So, okay, so then we get a motion to go into closed session.
Mr. Warden,
yes.
10 minutes. Can we have a 10-minute break before we go into closed session?
What's the wish of everybody? Is that okay to go for a bit of a break? But you got to be back right at 3 o'clock.
Yep.
Everybody promised to be back at 3. Okay, we'll take a quick break and we'll come back at. Okay, there we go. Thank you. Make sure you go on mute. everybody. It's 3 o'clock on the dot. Okay, we'll call this meeting back to order. Everybody, there's enough here, Madam Clerk?
Yes, there is, Mr. Warden. And because we didn't have the reason for going into close for 26, 27 under litigation, potential litigation, we do need a motion to amend the agenda to add that to the closed session, and we do require a 2/3 vote on that.
Okay, so I got Councillor Burley, Councillor Carlton. We add that add that to the agenda. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, are there any opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, so then, did we actually move to go in camera, or we just got to move in a second? Did we? Okay, so that, or did we get to move in a second? I'm just going back here. I don't think we did. I think I got reined in about a break, so I didn't even get that far. So to go in camera, I got to look at my notes here. That was moved by Councillor Burley and seconded by Councillor Hicks. Any discussion?
I think that was different.
I got moved to closed session.
Sorry, repeat.
I have my sheet here, moved to closed session, Councillor Burley and Councillor Hicks. Are you not wishing to second that?
No, I not that I'm opposed to it, but I thought that we had different people. I think I recall, was it Councillor Potter and Patterson?
Not on my sheet, unless my sheets got changed. I know the return is O'Leary and Mackey.
This is just moving into closed session, and those are the names that I have.
Very good.
So you're on there, buddy.
That's fine.
Mr. Warden?
Yes?
I believe Councillor Potter and myself moved to defer that information to go in camera.
Yes, that's probably what it was. Yes, that was the reason. Yeah, that was right.
So
Thank you very much for that clarity.
We're moving into closed session on solicitor-client privilege now, both for the quarry and 2627 NEC. Proposed or pending acquisition, disposition of land related to the quarry, and litigation or potential litigation related to 2627 and NEC. The CAO, Mr. Schertzer, Letourneau, Wepler, Pat, Tara, Rob, and myself will stay in.
Okay, so I better ask Councillor Burley and Councillor Hicks that you're okay with all those items to be going in closed? Okay, yep,
yes.
Just want to double check there. Okay, all in favor of that? Or sorry, is there any opposed to that? Nobody's opposed, then that's carried. Okay, so we are now in open session, and only the items that we had sort of indicated when we went in closed session were discussed, and only those items were discussed. And so now we're moving back into open session, and we do have a motion and with 2 amendments that were deferred till we had some legal comments to those motions, and now we are going back to those motions that were on the floor recently. So Madam Clerk, can you, or Madam Deputy Clerk, can you put them on the screen, please?
Tara's just going to share her screen with everyone. And we have, just as a reminder, we do have 2 amendments. We have, we go from the bottom up. So we have an amendment from Warden McQueen. So Warden McQueen, I'm going to.
Yeah, I'm going to pass it over to the Deputy Warden. Councillor Hicks, can you take over, please?
Very well.
Thank you.
So the first amendment is to set up a meeting with the Mayor of Clearview, Mayor of Blue Mountains, and I wasn't sure exactly who else to discuss.
I was going to say the Warden of Grey and Simcoe County.
Okay.
And I'm open for other, I think that's sort of captured it.
Well, Mr. Warden?
Yes?
Maybe we should add Walkers. I've already had a meeting with them, and
yes,
you know, I think their agreement is required as well.
And possibly the Deputy Mayor of Grey Highlands, because I will be representing myself as the Warden, so.
Okay, yeah.
And to report back.
Okay, so we have the amendment to the amendment. Does everybody understand is there anybody that does not understand what we're voting on or have any comment on that amendment to the amendment? Okay, seeing none, then I will call the question on the vote of this motion. Are there any opposed? I can't see hands or anything, Madam Clerk, so you'll have to tell me, or the person will have to speak up.
I can't either.
Hearing
just a minute.
No one, sorry.
No.
I think you'll
Okay,
have to
so
stop sharing.
no one being opposed, that is carried. So that's the amendment to the amendment. So now we're going to go to the amendment, correct?
That is correct. So we have the amendment from moved by Councillor Soever and seconded by Councillor Desai, and that is up on the screen for your consideration.
Do you mind reading it, please, Madam Clerk?
Of course. That the County of Grey reiterate its position of 2019 with respect to the Niagara Escarpment Plan amendments and the request to the Township of Clearview to complete a municipal Class CEA for Nottawasaga Side Road 2627, and that the County of Grey oppose this proposed amendment to the Niagara Escarpment Plan. And that a meeting be set up with
Right.
the Mayor of Clearview, Blue Mountains, Wardens of Grey, Simcoe, Walker Aggregates, and the Deputy Warden or Deputy Mayor of Grey Highlands.
Okay, any discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Deputy Warden.
Yes?
I think by the first amendment that was carried adds a lot of credibility in the sense that I think you're still going to be looking at quite a bit of time before an amendment is even going to be entertained at the Niagara Escarpment Commission. So having that ability to have that meeting might certainly bring a number of points back that could, I think, be very positive in the sense of maybe working toward at least a conversation of a possibility of a solution, and certainly coming back from that. There's certainly nothing to say that we could withdraw this motion to say that now we no longer oppose that amendment. So what I'm saying is with that first amendment that was just carried, I think it gives a bit of time to work with this and work with the parties. And I certainly hope that everybody supports that, but I think it does give some time because the amendment won't be dealt with right away.
So that's a good point, Mr. Warden. Madam Clerk, if council had the wish to support the meeting portion of that motion, but not necessarily the portion with respect to opposing, what would be the procedure?
Well, council has supported the
meeting.
Yep, they've supported the meeting, and I guess my thought would be is that this motion then would be withdrawn, and we would then vote on the original motion, which is to receive the information, receive the correspondence for information, and a meeting be set up. So this particular motion would be withdrawn, and we would go back to the original main motion with the amendment that the meeting take place.
Okay, so just to repeat then, if it's the wish that we would have the meeting take place, but not necessarily the opposition, we would defeat this motion. We would then go to the original motion, amending it to include the piece with respect to a meeting.
That's correct. I will note that the comments to the Niagara Escarpment Committee are due by June 8th, just for council's information.
Okay. Any discussion on the amended motion?
I see.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, I have a question.
Go ahead, please.
It's Councillor Millen here. If we don't support the amendment here, what is the basis of the meeting?
I guess that the basis of the meeting, from my understanding, would be to see if we can't still work out something, in the words of the warden, that it would be a high-level meeting trying to see if anything can be worked out, but that's it.
So, well, it just seems a little disingenuous to go and have a meeting when the county council of Grey County has not agreed to anything other than receive the information.
Any other comments?
Mr. Deputy Warden, I see Councillor Soever.
Councillor Soever?
Yes, yeah, so the comments are due on the 8th. And the idea behind the meeting is really, I think a lot of people are kind of trapped in this thing. I mean, our concerns are the transportation. Clearview's concerns are the cost of the road. I mean, they're a small municipality like we all are, and when you look at the cost of that road, which was budgeted initially at $500,000, and you look at all the studies to date have cost at least that, and what they've identified is you're going to have to do slope stability studies and not have you're going to have to exceed the 3-to-1 slope to fit the road in the road allowance. So this road is not going to be cheap. And I think if there was a better solution, they would prefer not to fix up 26, 27 for $6 to $8 million. It seems to a lot of money to put into a road to nowhere, because nobody's going to use it because it's so steep unless you do a lot of work on it. So I think there's room to talk, but I am concerned that if we don't get our comments in by the 8th, then basically I think people would like to see this current process just run its course and them have the ability to do that, because that's the quickest, easiest way out without, starting a new process. But on the other hand, I don't think anybody's really 100% happy with where this thing is going.
Okay, other comments?
Mr. Warden, or Mr. Deputy Warden, sorry.
Yes.
So I guess this goes back to last year. This council supported the motion that we sent on May 30th, 2019. And in that report that was there was a public meeting held in Feversham that a lot of people are very upset and concerned about this closing up of a major corridor. I guess what I think, in the sense of supporting last year's motion, I know that it was mentioned, maybe there's a concern of taking that position, but I don't see, well, if it's just our comments, in the sense we're not ripping up the agreement, we're not doing, we just don't support the amendment because of a bigger class EA. But it doesn't say that we're ripping up the agreement. It doesn't say that we're going to take you to court, where we're going to challenge you. We're just saying that's our position, and all we're saying is let's stick to our position. The ministry has decided from a comment, this is the way it is, but I don't understand why our position would change from last year to this year if that was our overall position. And what I'm saying is you're just reissuing our position of last year, and there's lots of times where municipal bodies do that. That's our position, and we're not making any more comment. And by having that amendment that passed, we're putting out the olive branches. We're not putting our line in the sand and saying this is it. We're willing to meet with you guys and to have a conversation. And I don't think formally that's happened for quite a long time. And we did have a little bit of that discussion on the 14th of March. And, certainly a number of people that spoke at that, Mayor Measures was one, was very open to the discussion of a regional plan to talk about moving of traffic. Because as you know yourself, Deputy Warden, Clearview is very much a travel through municipality from all different packs of people coming through the municipality to get to Collingwood or get to Blue Mountain. So they're feeling the pinch themselves, no different than ourselves here in Grey County, that we have a lot of different transportation corridors. So my point is if we just stick to what our position was last year, we're not changing it. That's the same position. We don't get into the gray areas. We just pass that on. That was our position. We're sticking with it. We move on, but we want to have a meeting. That's just my feeling.
So, Mr. Warden, I guess what I heard from Randy was that our position is well stated. The comments received from the meetings are also before the body, and I'm hearing from Randy that we likely don't need to restate what's already stated, but any other comments?
I have Councillor Desai, Deputy Warden.
Thank you. Councillor Desai?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Warden. I just want to take a quick moment to respond to Councillor Milne. He raises a fairly good question.
Just fairly?
Of what happens if, why the meeting if council doesn't approve of the amendment. What I'd like to say is that it is sincerely my hope that council does approve this amendment today, because at the end of the day, there's residents in Grey Highlands affected, not just from a health standpoint, but from a social standpoint in terms of travel times, as well as from an economical standpoint in terms of people and their willingness to come into Grey County. So it really is in the best interest of Grey County to support this amendment. And so I do hope that County Council goes supports this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Warden.
Thank you, Councillor Desai. Madam Clerk, are there any other persons, or should we put it to a vote?
None that I see, sir.
Okay, then I think it's time for a vote. I'm going to call the question. Are there any opposed to the amended motion?
I'm opposed, Mr. Warden, or Deputy Warden, rather.
And I'm opposed.
I'm opposed.
I'm opposed.
Could we have a recorded vote, please?
It may be best to have a recorded vote, Madam Clerk.
Can you stop sharing your screen, Tara?
Are we ready for the recorded vote? Madam Clerk?
See, I was talking to myself. Okay, so we are voting on the amendment. Councillor Mackey.
In favor.
In favor? Councillor Gamble.
In favor.
Councillor Burley.
Opposed.
Councillor Carlton.
In favor.
They spit on that.
Warden McQueen.
You don't hear my dog barking, I am in favor, but I'm going to go mute again.
Thank you. Councillor Desai.
In favor.
Councillor Patterson.
Opposed.
Deputy Warden Hicks.
Opposed.
Councillor Clumpus has left. Councillor Keaveney.
In favor.
Councillor Body.
I'm opposed.
I'm sorry.
I'm opposed.
Opposed, thank you. Councillor O'Leary.
Opposed.
Councillor Woodbury.
Opposed.
Councillor Millen.
Opposed.
Councillor Soever.
In favor.
Councillor Potter.
In favor.
Councillor Robinson.
In favor.
Councillor Hutchinson.
In favor.
The motion is carried 50 to 34.
Okay. Do we need to?
Deputy Warden, may I ask a quick question of procedure?
Sure.
Thank you. And this is out of curiosity. How would Councillor Clumpus's vote be counted? Would that just not be part of the total, or?
That is correct.
Thank you. Sorry, I was just curious.
Okay, and Madam Clerk, is it necessary for us to deal with the original motion in light of the amended motion being carried?
We do need to still receive the information. So yes, it is in my mind. So we would just, the final main motion would be to receive the information and then our action that you have just passed.
Okay, very good. Does everybody understand what we're voting on? So we're voting on the original motion to receive, and in addition to the amended portion that we just voted in favor of, correct? I think that is correct.
That is
All
correct,
right, so
yes.
anyone opposed to that motion? Hearing none, I'll say that that's carried.
Mr. Deputy Warden,
Yes?
did we count the 2 dogs?
All right, I'm going to pass the chair back over to the warden.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Warden, for your duties there. All right. Okay, so number 8, this is with regards to other business, with regards to the annual call for nominations. And Madam Clerk, did we receive any interest or any interest on call to AMO?
Yes, Mr. Warden, I did. The only person that put their name forward at before the meeting was yourself, and that was moved by Councillor Mackey and seconded by Councillor Robinson. So are there any other council members who wish to have their name put forward to AMO for the Board of Directors for the 2022 term?
Mr. Warden, could you please state the caucus that you wish to be a part of, please?
Okay, certainly it would be a continuation of the county caucus, as we, I think we verified by our deputy clerk that we pay into the county caucus portion of AMO. I know some of the smaller tiers, they pay into some of OSUM or rural, but we are part of the county caucus. And
thank you.
You're welcome. I just want to also say that I'm certainly open if somebody else would like to continue on AMO. I'm proud to represent Grey County, and I feel it's important to have somebody at the AMO table. But certainly, I feel that I will continue. But certainly, if somebody else was to have interest, then I would certainly step aside if somebody else wished to do that. So,
is there anyone else who wishes to be nominated for this position?
Mom, come outside in 10 minutes and I'll show you.
There's my.
I see no other interest.
I apologize for my son coming down and talking. It's wet out, so everybody's in the house right now. So sorry about that. Okay, thank you very much for that, Madam Clerk. So the motion that's on the floor. Any discussion on the motion that's on the floor? Okay, seeing none. Anybody opposed? Okay, that is carried. Thank you very much, everyone. So moving on then, notice of motions. Are there any notice of motions that wish to be presented?
Mr. Warden?
Councillor Robinson.
Yes, I have a notice of motion, and it will be to establish a Grey County Agricultural Advisory Committee.
And you will add, you will give details to your motion to the Madam Clerk leading forward, I presume.
Oh, certainly. I will submit a written motion, which will have all the details. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Are there any other notice of motions from county councilors? Are there any other notice of motions this time? Okay.
See anything?
All right. So we're at that point of adjournment, and I do have a moved by Councillor Potter and second by Councillor Woodbury. But just before I do call for adjournment, I want to thank everybody from the staff side of working through this COVID-19. It's been we're working through it, and it's a different time, and also for council and you know, working through the Zoom and the processes that we do. It seems luckily we were there. I was a little short there this morning. We had an internet problem here at home, but I apologize for that. But it was sort of interesting that we were talking about broadband at the time. I couldn't get on, so I don't know if there's any other comments from anybody else. Seeing none, then we are adjourned, and you can have the rest of the day off. Bye.